Alright. I was able to drag myself away from Uma for at least long enough to make a tier list and to do this stream. So hello everybody. How are we feeling? This stream is gonna be like 95% just sitting here chatting, so oh no. Oh. Son of a bitch. Okay. Um. Oh my gosh, you've got to be kidding me, really? It's fine. Fine. It's fine. I can fix this. I can fix this. Why did that happen? Oh no. Uh. Hi everyone. How's everybody's day going? Just gonna wait for people to start filtering in, because it's definitely one of the most engaging streams I'll probably ever do. People can really get their opinions out there and everything, you know? I forget how relaxing Kingdom Hearts OSTs are sometimes. Like, this really is a vibe, isn't it? Holy crap. Okay, I should probably switch from Kingdom Hearts music. I'm not too worried about playing bits and pieces of it, but where I'm not talking for no particular reason whatsoever, because I totally didn't screw everything up, I am a little worried about it, so... Give me just one moment. That's why I couldn't remember which one this one was. Got it. Look, okay, do you all want to know the truth? I went to go into presentation mode on Tier Maker, because, as far as I'm aware, Opera doesn't have an easy way to zoom in. And when I clicked on presentation mode, it deleted everything that was saved. So I have to very quickly put everything back into the Tier Maker real quick. But luckily, I still had all the images here, so it shouldn't take too long. You know, I've really got to thank Sonic Games. They're really what bolster this list, you know? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Sonic 1 Game Gear is here. There it is. Then you... Then it's Sonic Triple Trouble. Right? Yeah, then... I'm so sorry, everybody. Legitimately was not meant to happen. This is a tragedy for me. This sucks so bad. There's Uprising. Chaotix, then Bendy. Mega Man 4, then Volume 3. Super Castlevania 4, then Lego Star Wars. Oh my gosh, I spent so long putting this together only to break it within the first 5 seconds of starting stream. We just love to hear it, huh? Tales games, then Kingdom Hearts days. Tales Sky Patrol, then Tales Adventure, then... Then all the poppies, that's easy enough. I am so apologetic, Chad. I really didn't mean to break everything in the first 4 seconds, man. Also, this is a way wider overlay, so it actually makes it look like a few less games, but that's fine. To be fair, on some of these, I don't know if they should have fully counted, but we're counting them anyway. RE9 and Sonic Blast, wow, okay. Those are two games to really weirdly have next to each other, but hell yeah. Then Frick Bears and Zero Mission. I'm almost caught up. I'm almost there. Then the 2 Sonic Drifts and Sonic Labyrinth. I love that the original art for Sonic Drift is a Cannonball Run reference. Where's Labyrinth? There's Sonic Labyrinth. Then Mean Bean Machine and Repo. Man, it's gonna be weird when I talk about Repo here, but we'll get to it when we get to it. What was that? Spinball and then Split Fiction? Jeez. Where's Sonic Spinball? Is it near the bottom? It sure is. Then Split Fiction. Just somewhere in here. Gosh dang. Okay, Split Fiction, then 3D Blast, Fighters, and R. 3D Blast. Sonic the Fighters. Sonic R. Okami, Ben 10, Superstars. Did I get... Uh-oh. Okay, I did. Nice. The Monster Hunter Wilds Mania. For you. Okay, I think that's everything. I think. I could be wrong. Yeah, the issue is the snapshot. It's just for easy setup. Can I not zoom? Hey, there we go. Alright, that looks big enough for you guys to be able to tell what's going on. Alright, also, I have my backlogged page here. Backlogged lets you just catalog any games that you've played, any games that you are playing, stuff, of course, in your backlog, stuff like that. I'm trying to use it to keep up on making sure I know everything I've streamed throughout all of this, you know? And this way, in the future, if I ever get one of those questions where someone's like, oh, what, you should play this game, or why haven't you played this, I could just refer to the backlog. But okay. Big stretch, because we actually have to get into this now. Oh wait, I wanted to check and make sure Twitch isn't freaking out on me real quick. Your Twitch. Yeah, okay. It looks like everything's okay. I didn't include Conquest on this list, did I? I mean... Okay, so... let's discuss one of the things I want to bring up first of all is which games qualified, because there's two big holes in this list, right? And you might be curious as to why they exist, why they like. You may be curious about them. Why aren't you working? Oh, my numpad's disabled. That's why. The two big holes are Hollow Knight Silksong and Monster Hunter Gen 1. And the reason neither of them are here is because neither of them were finished in a way that I'm satisfied with. Gen 1, I stopped at, what, Rathalos? I didn't even fight Rathalos yet. That's how little I got into Monster Hunter Gen 1. And Silksong, well, to avoid spoilers for a few people, I didn't finish Silksong. Let's just put it like that. And both of those games ate like a month to 2 months of time, so there's just a massive hole. But I don't want to count either of them. And then Conquest, I think I decided to not include Pokemon Conquest because I didn't give it a more proper stream. The stream I gave it is really just... I use Conquest as a filler stream a lot, and it really feels like a filler Conquest stream, even if it is, like, the culmination of a year's worth of grinding to get 100% completion. But it still feels pretty filler. If I were to include Conquest, I'd probably want to do, like, a ROM hack for something, or something for it, but where it is now, it's fine. Yo, we got Bendy Blast. My favorite is just Mimic up here. That one's really funny to me. But when did... Let's actually check this together, chat. When did the first Gluttony stream drop? Because I don't remember. Now that I stop and think about it. There's a lot of streams here. The first... Yeah, you can see it here. The arc of just pure Monster Hunter Gen 1 and Silksong, all right here. And actually, I can't check when the first Gluttony stream happened on here because this isn't correct. So I think it's been about 8 months. 9 to 8 months, I believe. Because I covered everything up to... I want to say Monster Hunter... Oh, jeez. I covered everything up to Sonic 1 before I switched that channel, so... Yeah. Maybe a month, maybe 2 before I switched, I'd believe it. But, alright. Do I want to title any of the... You know what? We do add S tier. That's peak tier, because that's where the peak is. As for the rest, they'll fall into place later, because I know for a fact one of these games is getting a tier completely unique to it. Real quick, let's... Alright. Let's start with mouthwashing, which was the first Gluttony stream. So, mouthwashing. Mouthwashing's hard for me to rank because it has its good aspects and then it also has some really bad aspects. The thing is, Mouthwashing is a very good indie psychological horror game, a phenomenal indie psychological horror game. Like, I remember it scarred some of the people who were in chat at the time, which was really fun for me. But I've never wanted to play it again. That's because it has that bad, like, psychological horror thing where it's really good at being a set piece. It's really good at being creepy. It is not a very good video game, though. You pretty much just walk around and talk to 5 people, like, 8 times, and that's the entire game. Even the horror sequences that are more stealth-focused aren't very... They're not very... interesting. It's kind of just walk somewhere. Mouthwashing's great, but I really don't think I could consider it, like, a phenomenal video game by any means. So then where would I want to put it? The thing is, I don't want to be too disparaging to it, because what it does right in horror, it does right. That game hits. I think B. B. Maybe it moves up to A depending on what happens later, but I think B for right now. Okay. Hack GU Volume 1. Okay, this one's hard. So, trying to rank the Hack games separately is difficult for me, because they all feed into each other a lot. Like, a lot. But I think collectively, me and a lot of my mutuals who play .hack, we kind of all agree Volume 1 is kind of the weakest one. It has its highlights, but it's definitely not like the peak of the series. I think it's B tier. I think it's a B tier game. Because, like, here's the thing. It just gets better and better, in my opinion. So, I think B tier for Volume 1 is fair. This is probably the most excited I was to play .hack on stream, though. That I was very positive during those streams. Oh, my first landmine is this early. Okay. I have to be real with you all. I didn't really vibe with Spyro the Dragon. Like, Spyro is fundamentally cool, right? You play as a little dragon, you save bigger dragons, awesome, love it. That game feels entirely like vibes, I guess. There's no difficult platforming, the tiny bit of combat that's there isn't very hard, the story isn't very ever-present. It kind of feels like a big sandbox kind of game, but not a sandbox because there are levels. It's just, there's nothing driving you forward. The collectibles don't really do anything besides just exist and be collectibles. It just kind of exists in this way that I didn't really vibe with, and I definitely know people do, because people love Spyro the Dragon, but I think it's my least favorite PlayStation mascot platformer I've played. Like, Sly is on a tier of its own, Ratchet & Clank was pretty good, I'd put it just a tiny bit under Sly, it was really good. But it just didn't click with me. And I was playing the remastered version too, so who knows what the original version would have been like. Finding Frankie. Okay, so for those of you who don't know what Finding Frankie is, because fair enough, it's niche compared to some of these others. Finding Frankie is a mascot horror game, but it's a mascot horror game that does what I ask in mascot horror games, where it has a unique premise to itself, right? It's not just mascot horror, it's also a platformer, which, it's very interesting, and it does a half-decent job at that. It's not taking itself particularly seriously, and the jokes do land for me. It's fun to play, but I don't think I could bring it above a D tier, considering what it's gonna be going against. It's good, but at most, the game is 2 to 3 hours long. And if you're me and you enjoy using a skip near the start of the game is about 2 hours guaranteed, if even that. I couldn't put it higher than D tier without disrespecting another game or putting a game down in D tier alongside it and feeling bad about it. It's too short, it's too early, but I definitely see some promise out of Finding Frankie as a genre, like as a franchise, I guess is the word I'm looking for, because it's fun. The concept of making a mascot horror game that's focused around platforming, again, all I've asked for from other mascot horrors is I want mascot horror games to try and become more, either fully give into like your horror roots and become psychological, survival, action, like choose an avenue and do that, or like choose something random and go down that path. Like Bendy the Ink Machine, that franchise is just like, let's be BioShock now. And I've always liked that about that game. And then Finding Frankie is just like, let's be a platformer. Let's try and be like a parkour game. And I enjoy that, but I think it needs to be fleshed out more, and I definitely think there needs to be a bit more to it. before I'd put it in C. Digimon Rumble Arena 2. Okay. Okay, Ooh. Rumble Arena 2. I remember getting really mad during the stream. Here, luckily, we're on my account, which means we can just... Yeah... I definitely remember this. Sheesh. Good job, Gallantmon. Proud of ya. Okay. The black Digimon appear randomly, so don't worry about that. Yeah, I know. I haven't been too worried about that. Oof. I don't know where I want to put Rumble Arena. Like, it's good. I don't know if it's any higher than where it is, though. I've played a lot of crappy Smash clones, right? Like, it was a hobby of mine for a while, of just playing Smash Bros. Clones. Rumble Arena isn't a bad Smash clone, by any regards. It's better than some of the others. I even prefer it over some that people would argue me for. The thing is, Rumble Arena leans into just being a party game. There's always been this massive argument about, like, oh, Smash Bros. Is a fighting game. Oh, Smash Bros. Is a party game. There's been, like, such a massive argument about that the entire time Smash Bros. Has existed. Rumble Arena just said, no, we're a party game. And I do appreciate that on some regard, but it does lead it to be a bit less interesting in some situations. Like, stuff just kind of happens in Rumble Arena, and you just kind of have to accept that it just happened and move on. Like, that's a big thing about this game. Where do I want to keep it in C, though? I think C is probably a good spot for it, if I can be honest. Because I couldn't see it surpassing Spyro. I'd rather go back and replay Spyro. And... oh! Thank you. Thank you for the hues. Thank you for the hues. I think Rumble Arena stays at C. Like, I realistically don't think I could pull it further than that. Oh, okay. Who's ready for another bombshell? Donkey Kong Bonanza. I'm just gonna put it there for right now. This game is weird, because I feel like everybody got really mad about this game for some reason. Also, hold on. I need to pull up the... I promised myself I would do this more. I'm pulling up the Twitch. Thank you, Neon, for the ways. You don't even know shit about this game. So, Donkey Kong Bonanza, the reason people have gotten mad about it, that I don't fully understand, is people say it's too much like Super Mario Odyssey. And the thing that kills me is that, like, conceptually I see it. The game is, like, it's a 3D platformer where you do a lot of exploration, you collect things, but, like, by that definition, Donkey Kong 64 is like Super Mario Odyssey. I've never liked that complaint with Bonanza, but at the same time, I kinda see it in the weirdest way, This game doesn't have full Donkey Kong vibes, and I don't know how to explain that. Like, the vibes are just ever so slightly off, and they're not bad. I think Bonanza's very fun. I think the world is colorful, and there's a lot of stuff I could compliment, but it doesn't fully feel Donkey Kong, and I think there are certain reasons, like Diddy Kong being pretty much relegated to an NPC. That's okay. The fact that for the most part there aren't any Kongs in the game outside of DK himself is... like, Cranky's there, but he's kind of just an NPC you interact with once in every world. Like, I see why some people say it doesn't feel Donkey Kong enough. But that aside, it's a great game. Like, the first clip ever posted on this channel was, from the Gluttony era, was me fangirling over one of the outfits they give to Pauline, because it was so cute. And there's stuff like that everywhere, by the way. They have a reference to Captain N, the old cartoon Nintendo character. They have an outfit that's a reference to Captain N, which is just crazy to me. The worlds are great. The gameplay is phenomenal. Like, I know some people don't like it as much as some other 3D platformers, but I think the movement options are great. It's a blast to play. But then the other thing that drags it down is that DLC. Freaking Nintendo dropped just the most random, like, $20 DLC for Donkey Kong Bonanza that gives you essentially one island, which is Donkey Kong Island, and all it has on it are time attack minigames. That were time-gated, by the way. It was disgusting. It was, like, the worst thing Nintendo did for Bonanza. Like, especially coming right off the heels of this Mario Kart World stuff, it was rough. But all in all, there's incredible character interactions, the gameplay is super fun. It has one of the best final bosses on this list, by the way. I adore that final boss. It goes on a little too long, but it's like pure adrenaline shot directly into your system. It's such a good final boss. I think A. I don't think I can put it in peak, though, because the thing is, it might move up to peak, but if it's gonna get into peak, it's probably gonna be at the bottom of peak tier, because, like, compared to some of the other stuff that I know is gonna go in there, it's not on the same par as them, but it might be above A tier. I'd have to think about it, because it's really cute, it's a blast to play, it's a gorgeous video game as well, but it has its problems. Alright, FNAF Secret of the Mimic. Okay, so my opinion on this game has always been controversial. The thing is, everyone hates FNAF Security Breach. Even the people who liked it now hate it. And we're in this era where in FNAF where everybody's like, oh, we need another classic FNAF game. We need a game that's like the classic ones. And Steelwool didn't do that. Steelwool made a good version of Security Breach, and that's what Secret of the Mimic is. It's a good survival mascot horror game. And that's kind of all it is. It's not astounding. It's not gonna rock your socks off. Even if it has good storytelling moments, because it does have some of the best storytelling in FNAF, which is just hilarious to me. It has all of these things, but it's not, like, incredible. And I think that people were just really mad that it wasn't. But I still really like Secret of the Mimic. I 100% completed Secret of the Mimic. I really enjoyed this game. And then, during my 100% playthrough, a key item clipped through the floor, and I got soft-locked. The thing is, my enjoyment of Secret of the Mimic would put it in A, but, one, here, do you want to see the clip of that? It's pretty funny, I can't lie. Right here, because I did the first Secret of the Mimic stream, had a great time, then immediately after, since I knew I was free, I was going to do 100% stream. I was down in the moon basement, and where is it? Did it already happen by that point? Here's me watching it.
I'll pull this up for those of you, for everyone else.
This is me watching it back.
It's covering the full screen too. I'm clearly holding it here, so. Because again, we have next to no information. In this pedestal thing, I pull it out. I start to walk away. There's only really. Let me out, 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 let me out. Where's the exit? Where's the exit? Where's the exit? Where's the exit? Holy shit. What do you mean he saw me?
Like,
I get to another pedestal room. I drop it right there.
Right there. Did you see it?
And it slowly bounces away.
And it just clips right out of bounds. Ugh. Awful moment for me, but the other issue is Secret of the Mimic, really bad performance-wise. It runs fine on my PC, but I know that when it dropped, there were like dozens of FNAF YouTubers who wanted to stream it. They wanted to stream it like really bad, but the game just had so many performance issues. The thing is, I don't want to get into a full conversation about Steel Wool Studios right now because I got way more important games to get to. Steel Wool Studios, the producers behind FNAF stuff right now, they are a VR company first, and they have teams for their VR stuff, but when it comes to their non-VR projects, they don't have as many people, and I especially think they don't have, like, what's the word I'm looking for? They don't have an optimization team. They don't have someone who knows how to optimize non-VR games on their team right now, because their games are, like, hilariously poorly optimized. They've gotten better about bug teams. They definitely have gotten bug testers in there and a few people to fix them. Their optimization team might as well be like one dude who didn't show up to work for like 3 months because this game is so poorly optimized. Even people with higher end PCs than me couldn't run it. Like, ugh. But I'd say B for all of that. Like, the optimization problems hold it back. The bit of bugs it has holds it back, but it's genuinely the first FNAF game since the first one that captures that, like, oh, these creatures are child-friendly, but they kind of have that air of, like, off to them, right? But justifiably buggy. Yeah, I'd say. Because the thing is, I got probably, like, a 1 in a million clip with that item. That was, like... there was nobody else online, even, like, you know that thing where you search something up and there's that one guy on Reddit who went through the same experience as you? I didn't even get that for this. That was, like, a 1 in a million clip that just happened to happen to me, so... I can't be too mad. This is Anatomy. A lot of people don't know what this is. This is a really good psychological horror game about comparing the human house to a human body. Didn't bet on the lottery afterwards. I didn't. You know what? You're right. Because the thing is, I would have been one number off and gotten nothing. That's like what would have happened to me. I get lucky in the worst way for me. That's what happens. I don't want to talk about Anatomy too long. I think the best part about Anatomy is if you watch that stream, that's probably the most scared I've gotten on stream in a long time. This game scared the crap out of me. Really good game. But just like mouthwashing, it lacks a bit in... It's just a psychological horror experience. As a video game, it's not great. Like, it's mostly just walking around, interact with thing, go walk around, interact with thing, and then that's kind of it. Like, both of these games, great for story, great for horror, not great for games. I have never once thought about going back and replaying them. The only way I'd replay either of these games is if I was watching a friend play them for the first time. Like, I love Anatomy. I would recommend Anatomy to anybody. It's super cheap, too, but I don't have a lot to say about it. Alright. Monster Hunter Stories. So I'm back and forth on Monster Hunter Stories sometimes. I think Stories has a lot of good aspects, but then I also think it has a lot of bad aspects to it. First of all, the actual story, it's just Naruto. It's just the plot of Naruto. You come from a village of, like, special people, aka writers. You get trained up. You become the special one of the village, and then you have your best friend who goes to the dark side and turns evil and goes off and trains underneath a dude who makes him more evil, but then he betrays that person for the sake of power. And then you have the third member of your trio, who's a girl who the writer doesn't know what to do with, so they kind of just shove them in the corner and just give an excuse for why they're there. It's legitimately just the plot of Naruto. Is the best friend voiced by Yuri Lowenthal? Sadly, no. I deeply wish it was, though, because we're gonna see a lot of Yuri Lowenthal, believe you me. But it's just... the story is kind of whatever for me. I've heard Monster Hunter Stories 2 gets a lot better about that, because Monster Hunter Stories is canon to Monster Hunter, which is crazy, but then Monster Hunter Stories 2 actually confronts, like, well, writers view monsters as buddies, and hunters view monsters as problems, you know? Like, they don't mess with the ecosystem, but their first instinct when a monster goes wild is to hunt it. And the concept of seeing something like a Basilgaus, and then all of a sudden, this kid just starts riding one into battle. Like, Stories 2 actually addresses things story-wise, but when it comes to the actual gameplay of Stories, I think Monster Hunter Stories has the best capture mechanic, quote-unquote, for a monster collector game that I've ever seen. I think the dungeons where you get eggs at the end of it is so good. Like, it's probably my favorite capture mechanic ever. It's really good, and I love doing it. I loved doing it so much, I got more monsters than I ever would have needed for my playthrough, because I just enjoyed getting them that much. And I've never done that in a monster collector before. I enjoyed it a lot. The combat, however, I think the combat's still lacking in Monster Hunter Stories. I don't know if it's changed in 2 or 3, but for Monster Hunter Stories 1, it's basically... Pokemon is already a very basic RPG. Like, I've even gone on record saying, and this pisses people off, that the reason people don't like RPGs is because they're thinking of Pokemon. Because Pokemon is such a bare-bones RPG, mechanics-wise, that it genuinely gets boring to play. Monster Hunter Stories is very close to that, because it is just a game of rock, paper, scissors at the end of the day. It's like... And they don't even try and hide it. You literally pick between 3 options, rock, paper, or scissors, and that changes the outcome of the battle. It is just rock, paper, scissors. But it didn't get too boring for me while I was playing it, so I couldn't knock it down for that. But I don't think it's peak. Maybe I'll like Stories 2 more. Hell, maybe I'll like Stories 3 enough to put it in peak. Monster Hunter Stories 1 is not in peak. It just... the combat is too underbaked, the story is too whatever for it to go higher, but anything that's not those two things, A tier. I even think the way they chibi-fied Monster Hunter's monsters is fantastic, because you get all of the personality and all of the designs across while they still are, like, smaller. They did such a good job at that for Monster Hunter Stories. It's an A tier game. It's probably, like, top 5 monster collector, but the thing holding it back is a game that is gonna come further in this list. So... okay, Mario Superstar Baseball. More iconically known as the most mad I've ever gotten on stream. I got so tilted when I was playing Mario Superstar Baseball. This is a great game, right? Mario Superstar Baseball is great. That game is so frustrating. It's fun. It's a great time. Holy crap, do you want to throw your controller? But the thing is, it's just really good. I think it's A tier. I think it's probably A tier. I could replay Mario Superstar Baseball like right now if I felt like it. It's fun. It works well. There's no like it's just a good game. It's probably I don't know how the Mario baseball game on the Wii is, but it's probably like the best Mario baseball game. Great game. I like Mario Superstar Baseball. I don't have much more to say. Okay. Sonic 1. This is when I started playing classic Sonic games. And this is when I get into two opinions that are gonna make a lot of people mad. I don't think Sonic 1 is very good. And some of you may be like, how dare you say that? How dare you claim that Sonic 1 isn't very... Listen. It's known that Sonic is arguably the hardest 2D platformer to design for, and I just don't think the developers of Sonic 1 were fully ready to make stages for how Sonic is supposed to move. I think nothing says that better than Marble Garden. Marble Garden Zone as Act 2 is the biggest pace breaker in almost any Sonic game. Like, Green Hill is decent to get through fast. Marble Garden, no matter how skilled you are, you have to wait. That fundamentally breaks the formula of Sonic. Because even if you know how to navigate the level as fast as possible, at some point you're still gonna have to push a block into the lava and wait for it to float across. I've looked at speedruns, they still have to do it. Like, Sonic 1, I'm happy that it exists because, you know, the whole thing of, well, if this didn't exist, you wouldn't have Sonic, but you can't even spin dash. The stages in Sonic 1 just aren't well designed for what Sonic is. On top of that, with nothing like the Chaos Emeralds or anything... Well, I believe the Chaos Emeralds exist in the Origins release, which is what I was playing. I think they exist in the original as well, but they don't do anything. The only thing the Chaos Emeralds change about the ending of Sonic 1 is they make the sunflowers in the background 3 pixels larger. I wish I was joking. That's all they do. They don't change anything else. But no, if anyone wants to argue for the placement of any of these games, I'm completely down for that. Feed into the yapping. That's what we're here for. But I think Sonic 1 gets a C, because, like, I think just there's one major thing. I'm not gonna skip to it, but you'll see it later, and it makes me like Sonic 1 less. Sonic CD. You know, I actually enjoyed CD a lot more when I replayed it this time around. I think it's A. Like, that game's pretty. Metal Sonic's great. The worst part about Sonic CD is its bosses, and it's notoriously got, like, probably the worst bosses in a Sonic game ever. They're really bad in Sonic CD. They're, like, really bad in that game. But everything else is great. I really like a lot of the stuff in Sonic CD, honestly. Plus, the sound... Do I even have to bring up the soundtrack for any of the Sonic games? You know, to talk about soundtracks real quick, Donkey Kong Bonanza had a really good soundtrack. I forgot to bring that up. Monster Hunter Story soundtrack is kind of whatever, I gotta be honest. Maybe they remixed some of the monster themes, and I just couldn't fully tell at the time, but I didn't love any of the songs from Stories. Mario Superstar Baseball, it's okay. GU, fantastic soundtrack. All 3 games have an incredible soundtrack. Anyways, sorry, but Sonic CD, great soundtrack. I think the levels flow a lot better than Sonic 1's. Sonic has a lot more abilities in CD. I know some people don't like how, like, the past, present, future system works. I know that some of the stuff involving getting the good ending annoy people, but it's pretty easy and it's pretty fun if you just do it right. I mean, even the special stages, minus that one that's, like, built to kill epilepsy, people with epilepsy, that level purely exists to murder people, I'm convinced. But aside from that one special stage, I think the special stages are pretty good in CD. I would argue Sonic CD deserves A. I really like Sonic CD. And then to piss some more people off, I think Sonic 2 is slightly worse. I like Sonic 2. I love Tails. The half pipe. The half pipe. Listen. I cannot with those special stages, man. They're so annoying. And this was the Sonic game that gave me the most frustration to get the Chaos Emeralds in. And I literally beat the game before I got the ones in Mania. Yet I still had a better time getting the Mania Chaos Emeralds than I did getting Sonic 2's. Sonic 2 has some pretty good stages, though. Of course, the music's great. It's classic Sonic. All the music's gonna be great. I can say that for every single classic Sonic game. The spin dash is a fantastic movement thing. Like, it's better than Sonic 1. It's a whole tier better. Is it the same as CD, though? I think I feel kind of the same about both of these. So I think I'll move Sonic 2 up to A. I think is where I'm gonna land here. Because now that I stop and think about it, as much as I don't like the special stages, and I have a vendetta against them, a very personal vendetta, I think it deserves at least A tier. It's still pretty good. Yeah, I think I could stand by that. I think Sonic 2 deserves an A. I just really don't like Sonic 1. Kingdom Hearts 1. Here's the thing. For half of Kingdom Hearts 1, I'm bored. For the second half of Kingdom Hearts 1, I'm locked in. Like, I've bashed Kingdom Hearts 1 a lot this year. And it's mostly just because that game starts off with the worst foot possible. Because the second you get out of Tutorial City, aka Destiny Islands into Twilight, or Traverse Town, you get, what is it, like Wild Jungle or whatever for Tarzan? That world sucks. Then you get Alice in Wonderland, that world sucks. Then you get Olympus Coliseum, which isn't a bad world, but it's 2 rooms. Like, the stuff I love about Kingdom Hearts 1, I love, but starting the game with those 3 worlds was like the worst thing they ever did. You don't even get the Keyblade from the Alice in Wonderland world by finishing it. You have to go back and do an extra puzzle to get the Keyblade from that world. However, Halloween Town is great. I actually don't mind the Little Mermaid world. I know some people hate that place. As long as you don't have to spend too long in there, because you're not grinding materials in 1.5. It's fine. I don't hate that place. It's definitely something. And then the second you get to Hollow Bastion, the entire game gets so much better so fast. The second you enter Hollow Bastion in Kingdom Hearts 1, everything gets better. The story gets more interesting. The characters get more interesting. The gameplay becomes better because Heartless are an actual challenge now that you have to, like, worry about. There's an entire section in Kingdom Hearts 1 where you have to use your ally to fight for you because you can't damage the enemy. That is so interesting and only comes up in Kingdom Hearts 1. And then after Hollow Bastion, you get to the end of the world, and that area is also sick. That's a great area. It's not perfect, but it's definitely a ton of fun. The boss rush there is really fun as well. Like, the second you get past the bad part, you get to the good part. But if people will give me crap for making that excuse with One Piece, then I'm gonna say that I can't get away with it with Kingdom Hearts. So I think Kingdom Hearts 1 stays in B. I think I have to stand by that statement. I'm sorry. I warned everybody beforehand. This entire stream will just be me sitting here yapping away, so I apologize. But I had this conversation with someone where what you prioritize out of Kingdom Hearts will change what game you prefer. Because I don't care about the Disney stuff in Kingdom Hearts that much. If you wanted the truth, I think the Disney stuff sometimes kind of ruins the rest of it. Kingdom Hearts 1 was built as a Disney game that just so happened to be a Final Fantasy game, whereas Kingdom Hearts 2 is more so a Final Fantasy game that just so happens to have Disney characters. And I prefer the second over the first. Like, Kingdom Hearts 1, even tone-wise, they don't play with some of the darker aspects of it and play with more of the JRPG-isms till Hollow Bastion. Which is exactly why, for me, Kingdom Hearts 1 is, like, mediocrity, then the good stuff. Is because they shoved all of the Final Fantasy-isms to the end of the game. And a lot of other Kingdom Hearts games balance it a lot better. There's one in particular that doesn't. It's called Kingdom Hearts 3. It has the same problem. Which it's crazy to me that Kingdom Hearts 3 has the same problem as Kingdom Hearts 1, where the entire first half of the game is, hey look, it's Disney, and then in like the last 3 hours, they're all of a sudden like, oh yeah, by the way, here's all this lore stuff going on. They do the same thing in Kingdom Hearts 3, and I hate it even worse there. But it isn't awful here. I would put Kingdom Hearts 1 at a B. I don't think I could justify an A, though. I've been trying to see if I could talk myself into it, but I don't like Kingdom Hearts 1's gameplay nearly as much as the other games in the series. I'd even argue some games that people don't like the gameplay of, like Birth by Sleep and Days, still have better gameplay than Kingdom Hearts 1. Like, magic is busted in this game, and you never, ever shouldn't be using it. Okay. BioShock Remastered. It was okay. It was definitely fun. The setting of BioShock was great. What is the power system in it called? I can't remember what they are, but the ability system is really fun to experiment with. It gives me big Portal vibes. Portal, like, Half-Life vibes. It gives me big those, but I didn't love it to pieces. Like, it's good, but I didn't adore it. I think C for BioShock 1 for me. Like, I had a good time, but I definitely could have done... I definitely think Bioshock 2 is probably better. And I definitely see all the areas where they could have done more. You know what's crazy, too? I almost got the 100% ending of Bioshock. Because I saved all of the little girls throughout the entire game, so I got the good ending, too. I did a lot in Bioshock, but it's a little under... It's not underbaked, because it is a finished product, unlike some games. But, I think it definitely has room to improve, and I think I'd probably like Bioshock 2 a lot more. Digimon Story Time Stranger. This is our first game in Peak tier. Digimon Story Time Stranger is the best monster collector game I have ever played. The thing is, in the modern day, my biggest complaint with Pokemon is that for the entirety of a Pokemon game, I don't care. They don't give me characters to care about. They don't give me monsters to care about. They give me nothing to care about. The only thing I'm there for is making my team of silly little guys and seeing them fully evolve. That's all Pokemon is good for in the modern day, in my opinion. That's all they have. Whereas Digimon Story Time Stranger actually has a story, and a really good story at that. It's actually trying to be like a JRPG in the modern day. I can't not bring up Black and White, okay? Because, like, yes, you're correct that classic Pokemon also has issues like that. Like, the thing is, Black and White, and arguably kind of Diamond and Pearl, they're better about it. But, like, come on. Are you really gonna sit here and argue with me that Sword and Shield or Sun and Moon have, like, compelling narratives? Like, because I wish I could, but they don't. Sword and Shield especially is really bad about that. Scarlet and Violet was trying to do something, and it kind of worked, but it didn't fully work. Where they were trying to be more so character forward than they were trying to be story forward. Like, Sun and Moon was a game you had fun with the narrative. I couldn't stomach it. I know everyone's complaint is there's too much dialogue, and I don't want to be the echo chamber, but man, people did not shut up. But maybe I'll have to go back to it. There's my opinions on some Pokemon games, I will admit. The reveal at the end with Lusamine was enjoyable. That's fair, actually. Lusamine is great. I will give you that. I don't know. My opinion on a few Pokemon games is a little shaky, because I haven't played them in so long, and my standards have changed. You only played base and never touched Ultra? Dang. Most people only praise Ultra, too. The thing is, I would still argue there are more Pokemon games that are flimsy with caring about anything other than monsters than there are ones where you do. Cause, like, Gen 1, I know everyone's nostalgic for it, that game doesn't have a story. That game tells you go get gym badges, and that's what you do. And then Gen 2, not much better. Gen 3 tries. I don't think it succeeds, but it sure did try. Then Gen 4 has a decent narrative, so that counts against me. Gen 5, of course. Gen 6 doesn't. I love Gen 6. That game's narrative was taken out of a vanilla ice cream cone. Gen 7, I only played it I played it years ago, so my opinion's outdated. But then Gen 8, nope. Gen 9, nope. Like, the thing is, more Pokemon games have rough narratives than Pokemon games have good. But man, everything about Time Stranger was so good. I liked grinding in this game. Name name a monster collector where you enjoy grinding. Because I did. The concept of having to branch out your evolution paths on your Digimon so that when you go back down you have higher stat totals makes it so much fun to grind, because while you're grinding, your best option is to evolve into different paths you never even thought about before, so that you can level those up, get the stat gains from them, then de-evolve back down with the stat boosts, then evolve into the path you wanted again with added stat bonuses. That fundamental structure makes grinding so enjoyable for me. Because while I'm grinding, I'm discovering new monsters as I go along and experimenting with how they play. Like, that was such an enjoyable grind for me. And I grinded a lot in that game. I had 2 full teams. They give you plenty of slots to have as many monsters as you want, and have as few as you want as well. The narrative is great. The game is pretty. It's a very pretty game. I wouldn't say it's the most pretty game, but compared to its competition, it's very pretty. And then I really enjoyed Time Stranger. It's not even too long either. It's really trying to be a JRPG more so than a monster collector. But it doesn't even hit the JRPG problem I have of, oh, this game is trying its hardest to be as long as possible without deserving to be as long as possible. You know, a game like this one. Like, I cannot recommend Digimon Story Time Stranger enough. It is my favorite monster collector I have ever played. It's why Monster Hunter Stories got knocked down, by the way. Because I enjoyed the in-betweens of everything. Which one? Persona 5. Because I have Persona music playing. Persona 5 does not deserve to be nearly as long as it is. I love Persona 5. That game has moments where I'm sitting there, like, palm on my face because we're just doing things for the sake of doing them. But no, Time Stranger, phenomenal game. I cannot recommend playing it enough. Plus, we're getting an expansion pass soon, and the expansions for Digimon games are typically like, they're like Monster Hunter expansions, where it almost feels like a whole separate game that was added to the first. I'm immensely happy you've never played any Persona. If you do, probably, I don't know, probably start with 5. Start with Persona 5, then play like 3 Reload, then wait for the 4 remake, or if you want to play the classic versions, go through those. Persona 1 and 2 are very interesting. Hitler's in Persona 2, and that's not a joke. But just game's peak. Hands up, absolute cinema. It's great. It's a great time. Also, I think the stream for it was 10 hours, wasn't it? The last one. Let's go double check my story here real quick. Right there, 9 hours 45 minutes. The end of Digimon Time Stranger. Yup. Great game. Loved it a lot. Sonic 3 Knuckles, also peak. If you were worried that I was gonna not give this game its credit, don't worry. Some of the best Sonic level design. Chaos Emeralds don't make you want to die. Like, Chaos Emeralds are fun to get. All of the levels flow into each other. Knuckles arguably has, like, as good a story. Like, Knuckles' story is different enough from Sonic's to where you want to play as both of them, even beyond just gameplay changes. Like, the gameplay is great. It's the first game that tries to have, like, a story going on in the background for a classic Sonic game. It does great at that. Do I even have to bring up the soundtrack of Sonic 3 and Knuckles? Does it even have to be in this conversation? this game was so good that it was the only thing Sonic fans held on to for like 10 years. I like Sonic 3 and Knuckles a lot, and I think it does deserve to be in peak, but I don't think it's my favorite classic Sonic game. Okay, now we get into when I played a bunch of classic games here. Final Fantasy 1 might be the next game to get D tier. The thing is, this was the Pixel remaster too. The thing is, Final Fantasy 1 is a classic RPG in every sense of the word, where it's like, oh, I don't know what to do next. Just go everywhere and pray you find out what you're supposed to do. Or make crazy inferences. It's like a guide game, right? Like Zelda 1 is another game that I would consider a guide game, where it's like, you could figure out some of this stuff after screwing around for like 30 minutes just trying to fit things. And and then combat in Final Fantasy 1 is just super basic. The thing is, I get it. Some people are gonna be like, oh, it was a very early RPG. Oh, it was doing things the best it could. Da, da, da. I understand. But there are like 15 other Final Fantasies you could play. Like, respectfully, Final Fantasy 1 is outdated, and that's fine. We can accept this. I don't think it's a hard pill to swallow that the NES Final Fantasy game is outdated. And the Pixel remaster is great. Beautiful. Updated soundtrack, phenomenal. There is a Pixel remaster for Final Fantasy 3, 4, 5, and 6 right there. And all of those games are better. Like, I enjoyed my time with Final Fantasy 1. It's not great. Mega Man 1, also probably D tier. This game doesn't even have 8 Robot Masters in it. Like, I know everybody likes to counter me with the, well, if it was the groundwork, if it didn't exist, then, but like, this game doesn't have 8 Robot Masters. There's a remake that nobody but me likes. And it's kind of whatever, and it gets greatly overshadowed by the next two, which, for the record, Mega Man 2, solid B tier game, and then Mega Man 3 is probably a solid A tier for me. I love Mega Man 3. Look at it like this. What's up? What? How am I gonna look at this? Because, like, 8 Robot Masters wasn't a tradition like it is in every other game afterwards. See, that's true, but the issue is you can feel it while playing the game. The Robot Masters are not balanced in Mega Man 1. Like, I know everyone goes to Cutman first, but Gutsman can't do anything. It was literally establishing the groundwork. Again, you're not wrong about these statements, but it's just like, if I stop and think about it, I don't like the level design in Mega Man 1. Do I even have to bring up the Gutsman platforms? Those platforms they were made by Satan. They were made by Satan and then put into a video game. The Gutsman platforms are hilariously bad. Skill issue? I beat the game without dying. And I still think that the level design isn't great in Mega Man 1. A Lekman stage, which is like a tower because it's supposed to be entirely vertical, really cool design-wise. It's not very fun to explore when you're just heading straight up on a ladder for half of it. Like, it's the same way I feel about Sonic 1, where I understand that this game was to lay the groundwork, and that the stuff that we're used to wasn't even thought of yet. But they didn't know how to build the things around what they had to make it better. Like, and the thing is, both of them, you'll notice, the second game is a tier or two higher than the first. Because after just one attempt, they learned. How exactly am I judging the games? Honestly, pretty much just how I feel about them, right? Like, because if we're talking, I'm just ranking them pretty much by how much I enjoy them. And how good that I think they are. I'm not trying to be objective here, because trying to be objective, this tier list would be impossible. There's no objective view of any game. Place yourself in the mindset of a kid from the 1980s seeing this game back when it was released. I understand by that logic, but that would make it very hard to make this tier list. Because if I were to do that for all of these, then arguably 95% of these games would be up in A or peak. Because Kingdom Hearts was earth-shattering when it released, but I still think it has problems. Mega Man was great when it released, but in the modern day it has problems. Same case for Final Fantasy. The thing is, I agree that if I were to put myself in the mindset of someone in that time, the game would be better, right? Judge a game from 40 years ago by the standards of today. But that's exactly the problem. By the standards of today, there are better versions of what it is. To play Mega Man 1 in the modern day, you buy the Mega Man collection, which has Mega Man 2 and Mega Man 3 on the same game. And those are better options. In the modern day, all the classic Final Fantasies have a pixel remaster for the same price as Final Fantasy 1, and they're right there. I'm not sitting here saying, I can't believe that Mega Man 1 doesn't have better sprite work, because I actually really like the sprite work of Mega Man. I'm very fond of Mega Man's classic sprite. I'm not sitting here judging how it looks graphically, I wasn't even judging the physics. I know I brought up the Gutsman platforms, but that's more so just because of how infamous they are, than the fact that the physics on them are pretty much broken. I'm not trying to judge the gameplay elements that were products of their time. I'm just saying, there are better versions of Mega Man that you would get at the same time. Because I agree, judging classic games by the standards of today isn't fair, but I'm not judging them against modern day releases. I'm not judging Mega Man 1 against Mega Man 11, I'm judging it against Mega Man 2. I'm not judging Final Fantasy 1 against Final Fantasy 7, which is hilarious because that's also an older game. I'm judging it against Final Fantasy 4, because 2 has a lot of issues on its own, and 3 has the Crystal Tower. Like, I'm not comparing Mega Man 1 to Digimon Story Time Stranger. I'm comparing Mega Man 1 to Mega Man 2. Does that make sense? There's no scale here, because, like, even if you want to talk about, like, oh, well, then the entire top of the tier list can be affected with modern games. Sonic 3 is up here, and tier 2 has as many classic games as it has modern games. But I do see what you mean, Jan, but is it fair to first games bash them for something that was fixed immediately after in the sequels? But that's exactly the thing, is if the sequel fixed the issue, why would you play the first game? Especially for games like Mega Man and Classic Sonic, where there's arguably not a connective story that you have to worry about. Because I'm not trying to sit here and bash Mega Man, I'm just bringing up the things that hold it back for me. The things that hold me back for classics, for Sonic 1, is the fact that, like, Sonic 1, the level design doesn't work for Sonic's physics. There are multiple areas in Sonic 1 where you have to come to an abrupt stop, or just completely wait. And then in Mega Man 1, there are plenty of moments where you are essentially just not doing anything. By that logic, people wouldn't ever feel the need to go back and play classic games. That's a fair point. Why play Pokemon Emerald nowadays? Just go and play ZA. You do have a point, and I guess I'm not wording how I'm feeling about this fair enough. Because I'm just trying to point out the things that hold it back for me. Because in truth, I don't think a sequel is always better than the first game, and as you play, yeah, they're different experiences unique on their own, but I can still critique a game for the problems it has that the sequel fixed. I'm not trying to bash Mega Man 1 because it's not Mega Man 2, I'm bashing Mega Man 1 because I don't have fun playing half of Mega Man 1. Like, yes, if I put myself in the mindset of a kid playing these games, which, by the way, I played Mega Man 3 when I was, like, 8, so I was a child who played Mega Man 3, I would get more enjoyment out of them, but it doesn't change the fact that their issues exist and are highlighted in the modern day, even if those issues didn't matter as much back then. Final Fantasy 1 having issues where, like, the game just kind of expects you to do things until you figure out what you're supposed to do is a issue that I have, but it's not an issue everyone has. People love that kind of stuff. That's what Skyrim is. Like, that's what Skyrim is just walk around and do things until something happens. This isn't an objective ranking. This isn't me looking you in the eyes and saying, Sonic 1 is objectively worse than every other Sonic game. This is me telling you, in my opinion, I don't like Sonic 1 as much as Sonic 2. Or, I don't like Sonic 1 as much as Sonic CD. You'd say it might be an intention-inspired design, yeah, exactly. But for me, the way that Final Fantasy works, I don't like. It's a game that I will resort to using a guide for, because just starting to walk around and explore and getting lost and all of that isn't something that I particularly love, especially in the format of Final Fantasy 1. And it's especially something I don't love for the format of streaming. But that's an entire different conversation. That's why I said this tier list is not objective at all. This is entirely subjective opinion. Because if it wasn't entirely subjective opinion, then it wouldn't exist. because there isn't an objective opinion about any piece of art or media ever. I'm not even trying to appeal to majorities here, considering the fact that if I was trying to appeal to a majority, half of these games would move up. I am simply talking about my issues with the game and how I think about them. When I think about Mega Man 1, I think that Mega Man 1 has some issues involving how the bosses function. I think about how the level design doesn't particularly pique my interest. And I think about how the story isn't fantastic. For the time, none of that mattered. But for me, who played it 3 months ago, it does. I understand the value these games had at the time they came out, but I also understand that I played them recently. This is about my enjoyment of these games, not like, oh, this game was monumental for its time, and it changed everything, and that affects me, because that doesn't affect me. Sadly, I got into Mega Man through the Wii Virtual Console. That's just the truth of it. By the time I got into Mega Man 9 was released. Hello, Dino. You're salty about the OG being at the bottom? See, but that's the thing, is that I don't really like the first Mega Man. Okay, bye-bye, Dino. Dino just dropped by to see where Time Stranger ranked, saw it was in peak, and said, alright, I can leave now. Anyways. Fireman isn't fun to fight. You got into Mega Man via playing X8. Yeah. And again, that's fair. Then played the classic games. It's crazy to go back from X, though. That is kind of crazy. Most people I know, they play classic Mega Man, then play X, and then they pretend classic Mega Man doesn't exist anymore. But I just don't... Like, Fireman isn't fun to fight. I don't think Gutsman is fun to fight. Elecman's fun to fight. I'll also say I like Cutman's fight. The Mouse PI game? Yeah. I do have that on the backlog, Dino. I actually believe I had it wishlisted on Steam. No, that's fair, Neon, because that's why I got into X. But, no, I don't like Mega Man 1. I like Mega Man 2. Mega Man 2 has some really good bosses. Mega Man 2 also has fantastic Wily stages. And then I love Mega Man 3, because every boss in there is a fun challenge. I like doing Buster Only in Mega Man 3. I do Buster Only in Mega Man 1 because it's the only way to make the bosses fun. Original Castlevania. I think it's C tier. C for Castlevania. The thing with Castlevania 1... There were just some enemies that were BS to fight. On the levels too. I failed, the streamer didn't enjoy the game. You're retiring as a coach. I mean, we still have Super Castlevania 4 later on in here. Do not forget. And Okami. But in terms of Castlevania 1, I did enjoy it. The thing is, if I didn't enjoy a game, I would say it. We haven't talked about a game I didn't enjoy yet. that's later. I have every game here. I haven't even had to make an F tier yet, Nyan. Because there will be an F tier. Here, should I add it already? F. I just didn't want to put it in because it makes it harder to see stuff. But there is an F tier now. None of these games are F tier. My issue just is Castlevania 1, like, you can gimmick out the bosses, and I do like that. Gimmicking out the bosses was fun. Like, I still to this day love, what is it, the holy water on Death? Or is it the holy water on Frankenstein and the, was it the Roachmen? I can't remember what enemies are called right now. But I did really like gimmicking out the bosses. Fleamen, thank you. That was fun. The game controls shockingly well too. I think the only control issue I had with Castlevania 1 is the fact that the second you jump with momentum, you're going with that momentum. That specific Fleaman has a unique name. I can't remember what it was though. Both Frank and Death can be cheesed with the holy water. Medusa too, yeah. Like, I really did like cheesing the bosses. That was fun. Dracula's fight was also kind of fun too. Dracula wasn't awful in that game. The stages don't particularly... Well, no, because I can think of the sewer area pretty confidently in my mind. Plus, I had a ton of fun in that stream when I started playing the stupid music as well. That was fun. But I still think in terms of enjoyment for me, it ranks about a C. Like... The thing is, I haven't thought about replaying Castlevania 1. I have thought about replaying Super 4, though. And when we get to Super 4, I will talk in length about how I feel a bit more. Because in terms of Castlevania 1, I had a great time during that stream. I know it sounds like I wanted to break a chair, but I promise you I was having a great time. And I still look back fondly on it. I mean, I even remember cheesing out the bosses. Like, I remember stuff about Castlevania 1. I had a great time. I don't think I could put it above anything that's above it, though. Like, I definitely had a better time with BioShock. I definitely had a better time with Sonic 1. Probably because of nostalgia, though. I gotta be real. And while I don't particularly care about, like, how they're ranked in the tiers, by the way, I want this to be clear. This isn't me saying Donkey Kong Bonanza is better than all of these games. They're just in that tier, and they exist in that tier, you know? It's not like, oh, Dot Hack Volume 1 is better than all of these. No, they're just in the tier, because that's the tier they're in, and they just so happen to come up in the list behind the other things. Okay? I want that to be clear. Because I just almost broke that rule on myself, but I want to establish that, because if we get granular and talk about how things are ranked in their actual tiers themselves, then the entire conversation changes, because then I'd have to shift everything around constantly. No. But I don't... If it does, it'll be at the bottom of peak. Yeah, the thing is, it's an ambivalent peak, is what I mean more so by that. It's like, this is peak if you want it to be. If you feel like, if you enjoyed it enough to be up in peak, the thing is, I don't know if I did. Like, I definitely didn't enjoy it as much as Time Stranger, that's for sure. I don't know, what I more mean to say is that I don't know if Castlevania can stand along these. Like, it's definitely good as a C, but I don't think it can move up to B. Also, why are you harping on my every word here? You're really pissed I put Mega Man 1 at D tier. I think Castlevania sits at C. I think it's good. I definitely recommend playing Castlevania 1. I am straight. You know what? That's fair. But I'm just here to talk about the silly games that I like. It doesn't matter where they are in the tier list. This is just my excuse to talk about all the stuff I played. I liked Castle. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's about where I'm fine putting it. Sonic Rumble, F tier. Hey, look, we made F tier just in time. Look, Sonic Rumble isn't a bad game. Everything about this game confuses or pisses me off, though. Like, the concept of Sonic Fall Guys isn't even the worst idea in the world, but, like, there's a shockingly little amount of levels to engage in. Oh my gosh, the monetization in that game is, hilarious. Like, what the hell are we doing, Sega? The character choices are weird. The gameplay loop isn't very fun. The menus are insane, probably because they're trying to trick people into putting money into it. It's just... This is the epitome of, like, I only enjoyed this game because I was playing with a friend kind of game, you know? Like, I was having fun with my friend, I wasn't having fun with the game. Yeah, you don't care about that one, go on. It deserves F. And also, it's just really weird how little Sega seems to understand their player base with this game. Because they add things that, of course, people want, like comic characters like Tangle Whisper and Surge. But then they have, like, crossover events with the Smurfs. And I'm just sitting here and I'm like, I don't know a single Sonic fan who likes the Smurfs. Like, it deserves down there. I almost disqualified it, but I just wanted to crap on it. Dot Hack GU Volume 2. Probably peak. Everything about that game's good. It's got the best story progression out of the 3 volumes of Dot Hack. The gameplay's fantastic in that game. There's no gameplay issues like there is in Volume 1 for me. I love the story. I love the expansions to everything. Yeah. I love Volume 2. Volume 2 is fantastic. I really don't have much to say without spoiling, like, the entire game. But it's just really good. I really enjoyed Volume 2. Okay. Kirby Air Riders is peak. The original Kirby Air Ride was my icebreaker game for years. If I ever wanted to get to know a friend online, or I wanted to see what it was like playing a game with them for the first time, I would make them play City Trial with me. And then they just made more City Trial, and they made it better. Like, that's all it needed to be to get into peak. But then also, Sakurai was like, hey, what if I put an entire story mode in this game that's like a roguelite? And then he did that. And then he was like, hey, what if I also put like an insanely good boss fight at the end of this game? And then he did that. Kirby Air Riders is the most Masahiro Sakurai game I could ever see. Because this game really is just, what's the most fun thing Sakurai could think of putting in the game at the time? And then, how did he do it? That's all Kirby Air Riders is. I still play this game off stream. I have not done a ton of collabs with other PNG or VTubers yet, one of the very few I've done was me playing Kirby Air Riders with another PNG tuber. And I forced my way into that one because I just wanted to play Kirby Air Riders with someone. This game is so good, and it kills me that the Switch 2 is the system that got it. Because it's so hard for me to praise any Switch 2 game when the Switch 2 has so many problems that I feel bad owning it sometimes. But I'm sorry, I really like Kirby Air Riders. Plus, I get to play as Marks. This game's fantastic, okay? I'm sorry, I love Kirby Air Riders. Ooh. Gravity Rush Remastered. So Gravity Rush is interesting for me to talk about, because my feelings on this game are so weird. Because, you know how, like, you were defending Mega Man 1 because you were like, oh, think of how a kid from, like, the 1980s would view Mega Man 1. Gravity Rush has that, but I still think it applies to the modern day. I cannot think of a single other game that exists that plays like Gravity Rush. I can't think of a single other game that exists that looks like Gravity Rush. Gravity Rush looks like a Renaissance painting that just so happens to have an anime girl in it. It's gorgeous. The gameplay is very fun. The combat gets a tad bit repetitive near the end, but the thing is, if you've played the game once, you know how to get through everything very quickly, and if you get through everything super quickly, then it doesn't even get repetitive. It's a great game. But then you talk about the story. I'm trying to do my best to avoid story spoilers for all of these games. Because, you know, I don't know if someone's coming in here who's like, oh yeah, I'm a Dot Hack fan, but I don't want to get spoiled on something from, like, Digimon, or I like Okami, but I don't want to get spoiled for something else. Like, so I'm trying to avoid spoilers. Gravity Rush's story feels like it was made with the concept of there being at least 3 sequels, and they just planted the seeds for all of them in the first game without even knowing if they would get those sequels. Because there's so much crap that just kind of exists in this game, and you're just kind of expected to just move on. Nothing is ever elaborated on, ever. It's just told to you, and then they move on. And it's kind of frustrating. And then, as I said, with the combat getting as repetitive as it does, like, I love Gravity Rush, but I think it's also in a C tier. Like, it's a fantastic time, right? I would recommend Gravity Rush just for the experience of playing it alone. But with the combat getting a little bit repetitive, and then the frustrating story. And the thing is, with some of these other games, right? Like, I can't sit here and critique Final Fantasy 1 or Mega Man for their story content, because they're not you have stuff to do that's not story content, and your focus isn't story content. Your focus is gameplay. Gravity Rush pushes its story onto you like it is the most important thing. So when the story has problems, you notice it a lot more. I love Gravity Rush. I think it's a phenomenal game, and I can't wait till I get to play Gravity Rush 2. But it does have issues, and I have to call attention to how they hindered my experience with it, because I was really trying to follow along with a lot of Gravity Rush's story, and I would just get lost and not know what was happening. But I do still love Gravity Rush. Sonic Chaos. Sonic Chaos goes in F tier, okay? And some people might be like, oh my gosh, why does Sonic Chaos go in F tier? So, Sonic Chaos is a Game Gear Sonic game. No duh. But the thing is, so many people complained about the sprite quality of the Game Gear versions of Sonic 1 and 2 that the team at Sega who's behind making Sonic Chaos wanted to make better sprites for it, right? The sprites are too complex for the game, so the game runs like ass. And it runs like ass even on an emulator, by the way. The game is so slow. It runs so bad, and the level design does not help. The gimmicks are fun. I love Fang. I believe this is the first game to have him, and he's cool. It is not fun to play because you legit feel like you're controlling a cement brick. It is so frustrating to play because it's just walking but slowly, and everything is bad, and there's a water section that's so bad, and the final like, I am willing to give the benefit of the doubt to quite a few of these games because of the time they came out, but Sonic Chaos came out after the Game Gear versions of Sonic 1 and 2, and it's worse than both of them because they got so wrapped up with trying to improve the graphics that they damaged the gameplay to compensate. And it fundamentally makes the game worse. So yeah, it's an F tier. Okay. Here's the part where I really piss everybody off. Are we ready? Are we ready for everyone who's ever said that they like being around me to take it back in a heartbeat? Game Gear Sonic 1 is a B tier. I think the Game Gear version of Sonic 1 is better than the Genesis version of Sonic 1. You know my critique of Sonic 1, where I said, oh, a lot of Sonic 1 stages feel like they make you wait or stop or aren't designed for you to constantly move? All of those stages aren't in Game Gear Sonic 1, they're replaced with new stages that don't do that. Instead of Marble Garden, you have Bridge Zone. Instead of, I believe... What was the other zone that got changed? Oh, I can't remember it off the top of my head, damn. But even zones that weren't, removed are still better. Like, Labyrinth is actually fun in the Game Gear Sonic 1. Game Gear Sonic 1 is, so much more fun to play than Genesis Sonic 1 for me, because the levels actually feel like they were designed with the momentum of Sonic in mind. Of course, it doesn't look as good as the Genesis Sonic 1, but I actually don't hate the sprites in the Game Gear Sonic games. I think the only part of the Game Gear Sonic game sprites that is, a little off-putting is the fact that Sonic doesn't have a nose, but, am I really gonna get mad over 2 pixels of Sonic's nose? I think the games look really good. Did I reach the... I did. I talked for so long, I reached the end. That's fine. You just noticed? What's up? What did you just notice? Did I do something? It's a game coming up that you're very curious where we'll place. Oh, okay. But I love Game Gear Sonic 1. I will defend Game Gear Sonic 1, and again, everyone who hates me for not liking Genesis Sonic 1, seeing me put Game Gear Sonic 1 above it is going to kill me, but I just think it's really good. Going on, but I will be back in time. Alright, bye-bye, Nyan. See you in a minute. Hopefully. Okay. Knack. Where does Knack go? So, Knack has a lot of problems. A lot of Knack's problems exist outside of itself. You know, coming out in an era where everybody was mad about when PlayStation wasn't releasing games for their platformer characters, and being a new platformer character that all of a sudden got the spotlight outside of the other characters. Being, I believe it was a PS4 launch title. Like, Knack had a lot of things going against it, and even still within the game itself, I think it has a lot of things going against it that affect it. During my stream of Knack, I brought up the fact that Knack is in this weird in-between where it almost feels like it's trying to be a mascot platformer for an adult audience, but doesn't go far enough with it to where it just kind of feels weird about it. There's an entire subplot in Knack about segregation and subjugation of goblin people, because the goblins existed on Earth and had villages of their own, but were kind of pushed into the deeper parts of the forest and everything by humanity as humanity continued to evolve. There's an entire subplot about that. There's an entire subplot about being the last of a species, because Knack himself is literally the last sentient version of an ancient species made out of relics. There are so many deep, subplots in Knack, none of which are ever pushed further than they are, than just essentially saying them. Like, even the whole thing about goblin segregation and everything, they address it at first, but then near the end of the game, they kind of write it off with a character just being like, you don't care about any of that, you just want to destroy things, and it's like, okay, so this very interesting plot that you could have actually taken somewhere just got completely dropped for the sake of making this person pure evil. Like, I know I harp on story a lot, but the reason I harp on this with Knack is because it extends to the gameplay as well. The entirety of Knack 1, to me, resonates with that this was trying to be for a more mature audience without fully committing. Because the gameplay of Knack 1, well, it is kind of a basic action platformer with a lot of combat sections and, like, quite a bit of more intense platforming in certain areas. It's a difficult game. There are a lot of enemies that 1 to 2 shot you. If I was a child, I would hate this game because I wouldn't be able to beat it. Knack is ridiculously hard. But then you have a lot of stuff, a lot of areas that essentially appeal to children and don't have a lot of stuff going on. Even aesthetically, I feel this issue, as Knack doesn't have a super cartoony art style. It has very realistic environments. Knack himself is literally a bundle of rocks that each individually have textures on them. It is not a cartoonish game or stylized in any way like that, but then specifically the human characters are stylized like cartoon characters, and it's very off-putting. Everything about Knack feels like they wanted to push it to be more mature, but were either told no or backed out of the idea before the finish line. And it kinda sucks for me, I gotta be honest with you, because Knack is a game, and I'm going to be bringing this up with another game later. I see all of the potential it has, but it didn't commit fully, so I can't fully love it because it's held back. I am probably one of the internet's few certified Knack enjoyers and lovers out there, and I can't fully defend this game because I can't help but notice the issues it has when it comes to that problem of being mature while not committing to it. Now, aside from that whole talking point, which I'll be honest, I could probably make an entire video essay on talking about that. Just talking about parts of the game. A lot of the environments aren't super interesting. There's a lot of areas that are just steel corridors. Like, fuck, dude, there's so many areas that are just steel hallways. And even outside of that, there's a lot of areas that are just generic forest set pieces as well. The set pieces in Knack 1 are not fantastic, minus, like, a few. And one of the few is the city area, because in a city, you really get a sense of the scale of everything. Because a big part of Knack is you start off incredibly small, smaller than even like a human child, but then by the end you're about the size of a kaiju. That's a big part of the game, but you don't really get a full sense of that scale outside of areas like the city or the Goblin Village. Another standout area would be like the stuff relating to the ancient civilization, but there's a ton of questions that crop up because of said ancient civilizations that kind of cause a lot of problems. Like, I like Knack a lot, but it is so hard not to see the problems with it now that I've replayed it with a modern eye, with, like, my current standards. I do think it still goes in D, though, because I do really love playing Knack. It was a ton of fun to stream. I had a great time. I had so much to talk about. I really like Knack, but it does have issues that I have to bring forward to the table before I talk about the positives. I know that was kind of the berating of Knack for a minute, but genuinely, the more mature concepts were stuff that I was talking about the entire time. I was fascinated by the world it created, and it didn't go far enough to expand that world to a point where I felt like I could have fully embraced it. The gameplay, for as difficult as it is, it's very fun and very rewarding. I love some of the combat set pieces in Knack. I think they're fantastic. Knack even has a stealth sequence in a platformer that I enjoy, which is very rare. It's a good game that's held back by one fundamental issue for me. Holy fuck, I can't stop talking. Okay, give me 1 second. Whew. Okay. Sonic Triple Trouble. It's better than Sonic Chaos, worse than Sonic 1, but it's D tier. The thing about Sonic Triple Trouble is this game was built around the idea of there being 3 enemies. You have Eggman, you have Knuckles, and you have Fang. Knuckles is in, like, one level, Eggman is just Eggman, and Fang is exclusive to the special stages. The special stages fucking suck in Triple Trouble. They're really bad. Which means you won't engage just in, like, one of the entire antagonists of the game. And then even more so, there's quite a few stage issues. It's not as bad as Sonic Chaos because it runs properly, but Triple Trouble just has a lot of issues. It's not very entertaining. The gimmicks in Sonic Triple Trouble aren't that great. It's just kind of a lesser Sonic game. Like, it's the only Game Gear Sonic game that I fully felt was being held back by it being on the Game Gear. Because Sonic Chaos, I know that I hate it, and it's in F tier right now, but part of the reason it is because it's not doing anything interesting enough to warrant, like, me saying that it deserved to be on a different console. Sonic Triple Trouble is doing a lot of interesting stuff and has a lot of cool ideas, but it can't fully execute on them due to being on the Game Gear, which is probably why it has a 16-bit fan remake that is really good and everyone likes a lot. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the original version of Triple Trouble, and it's okay. It's fine. Like, honestly, I'm debating putting it down in F tier, but I didn't hate playing through it like I did with these two, which maybe I should make an E tier. I don't want to extend this tier list too long though, but I think, yeah, F, because I like all of these games substantially more than I like Triple Trouble. Game Gear Sonic 2. Probably the same tier as Sonic 1. Game Gear Sonic 2 has too many gimmicks for me. Like, it's good, don't get me wrong, but it is gimmicky, and the hang glider stuff is annoying. It's cute, but annoying. And the thing is, unlike Sonic 1, where I felt like Game Gear Sonic 1 appealed to all of its best qualities, I feel like Game Gear Sonic 2 loses all of Sonic 2's best qualities. Like, it's not bad, but I definitely put it on the same tier as Sonic 1, is about how I feel. I just don't have too much to say about it. It just kind of happened. I barely remember half of it, I'll be honest with you. Chain of Memories. How in the fuck do I rank Chain of Memories? Okay, technically it's Re-Chain of Memories, but I like the original Chain of Memories box art more, so I used it, okay? If you have a problem with that, cry. But how the fuck do I rank this game? Because the thing is, I hate deck builder games because I suck at them. I am really bad at deck builder games, and I do not enjoy parts of them. But then again, Re-Chain of Memories is just kind of a shitty deck builder game, so it's a shitty version of a game style I already don't like. And it kills me. And then on top of that, you suck at Classic Sonic and you still enjoy them? Yeah, but that's why I specified. Chain of Memories may be a deck builder, and I suck at deck builders, but it's also just a shitty deck builder, because even if you make a fantastic deck in Re-Chain of Memories, sometimes it just doesn't fucking matter, because the boss fight arbitrarily has the highest numbers in the game that you would have to sit and grind for hours to even come close to being able to make a deck that includes them. And then even then, you don't have to do that because zero cards exist that on both your side and your opponent's side just say fuck you to the entire logic of the game. Chain of Memories is such a poorly constructed deck builder, and I understand some people are like, oh, well, if you just would have built your deck right, then you would have never had as much problems fighting some of those organization members that you did. If you would have just spammed fire attacks against Lexaeus, you would have, and I understand that, right? I fundamentally understand that I could have played the game better and had a better time, but would I even have had a better time if I curb stomped everything in the game? No, I probably wouldn't have had a better time, because it still wouldn't have been fun to play. The thing is, and I've said this before, one day I will cave and I will play the original GBA version of Chain of Memories, because that game is probably fundamentally different and might be more enjoyable. But the way Re-Chain of Memories was made, it feels and plays exactly like a normal Kingdom Hearts game, except you just can't do your basic movement sometimes. But then you play as Riku. And Riku just makes the game significantly more enjoyable. One, he has pre-built decks. That makes it a little bit more easy to tolerate for me. The other thing is, Riku feels more balanced because of how he was constructed. Riku doesn't have game-breaking card combinations because you are always guaranteed to have the same card combination. Riku doesn't have completely worthless card combinations because you are always guaranteed to have the same card combinations. Like, I understand that Kingdom Hearts is an RPG, but Kingdom Hearts isn't an action RPG that has heavily relied on luck. Or like RNG, right? Chain of Memories did rely on RNG, and I did not enjoy it at all. You were so miserable. I did not like going through Chain of Memories. But you want to know the truth, Neon? Holy shit, this game's story is too good. I am so grateful that I didn't play Chain of Memories until I streamed, because I am so happy I was able to record my initial reaction to some of the stuff that happened in that story, because I didn't fully know where it went, and it's spectacular. It's really good story-wise. I really like the story. I really like parts of it. I had a great time with Riku. The only part of Riku's story I didn't fully enjoy was the Ansem fight. And even then, the Ansem fight, I can't be fully mad at because it's the final boss. It's supposed to be a bit of a difficulty spike. The issue is, that Sora playthrough made me so miserable, it became a meme. Every time I was playing as Sora, I was mad. Every time I was watching cutscenes as Sora, I was smiling. The entire time I was playing as Riku, I was smiling. I don't think Chain of Memories is awful, but I don't think it's great. And again, I'm curious how original Chain of Memories is because that was a GBA game. It can't be just lesser Kingdom Hearts, like Chain of Memories feels like. Like Rechain, sorry. But I think it's in D tier. The enjoyment I got out of the Riku playthrough and the enjoyment I got out of the cutscenes lands it in about D tier for me. I know I hated Sora's story, but I also am fully willing to admit that I could have done Sora's story in a way that would have made me enjoy it more. If I would have been willing to change up my deck and play into boss weaknesses and do stuff like that more often throughout the course of the game, I would have had a better time than I did. But I still think it gets D tier. Honestly, I almost want to bump Knack up one. Because I really do love Knack. But, like, half of me talking about Knack was talking about the things it didn't do. So I don't think I'm going to bump it up. But I just know, for anyone who's like, oh, all of the games that are down here in D tier you hate, this was my hand warmer game for like a year. I loved playing it. Final Fantasy 1 was a ton of fun. Mega Man 1 is my most replayed Mega Man game in the classic series. I've replayed X games a lot more. I love Knack, and Chain of Memories has its upsides. Jelly got sent to delay hell. Aw, I'm sorry, Jelly. Little Big Planet. How do I rate this? So, when I streamed Little Big Planet, I did the story mode, right? But that's not what Little Big Planet was made for, but that's what I streamed out of it. So, I just want to clarify real quick. Everything I'm about to say is only about Little Big Planet 1's story mode. It has nothing to do with the created levels. It has nothing to do with the titles and any of the things. Little Big Planet was one of the games you would watch a ton of videos and always want to play. Yeah, I'm specifying this stuff because I think the fan-created levels of Little Big Planet, fantastic. I had a great time with them. I love the sequels to Little Big Planet a lot. I like them more than Little Big Planet 1, but to be fair, the sequels to Little Big Planet is pretty much just they added more stuff for people to use to create things. Like, they're all built off the same engine. They're all, like, I can compare Little Big Planet 1 to its sequels because it's just, they're all the same thing, but they added more to each for people to use to create new levels. But that doesn't even discredit the other games' levels. So I want this to be crystal clear of what I'm about to say. I am purely talking about the game's story mode. I am purely talking about the game's story mode. Oh my gosh, that story mode was not very good. I love Little Big Planet. I use the Sackboy gif every day because I love Sackboy. I love Little Big Planet. This game's story mode was so bad. Like, I really want everyone to know this isn't like, I feel bad putting it here, but the story mode was just really bad. The thing that kills me is I know for a fact the fan-created levels in Little Big Planet 1 were better than the story mode of Little Big Planet 1, and that's hilarious. To be fair to Little Big Planet, right? Little Big Planet story mode, and this goes for all three games, they pretty much just exist as a way to show you how you could use the tools to make a video game level. Like, that's all the story modes for Little Big Planet are, is it's just like, here's how you could use the things that we have given you to make video game levels. This is how we did it here. We're showing you the ways you can use it, right? That's all Little Big Planet story modes are. The thing is, it is a miserable experience to play in Little Big Planet 1. Little Big Planet 3, I had a good time with the story mode because for some reason, I can't remember, my PS4 was like offline for a while, but I wanted to play Little Big Planet, so I went through the entire story mode. I don't remember it being that bad, but in the case of Little Big Planet 1, those levels are sadistic. There's a level where you can't touch anything in the environment, and you're on a jetpack and holding an object. And that object has physics, so that object swings, and you have to go through narrow corridors. It's like, I love Little Big Planet, and the thing is, I deeply wish for Little Big Planet to come back, but the story mode, specifically, I have to specify this, because I really don't want people to be like, oh, they hate Little Big Planet. I can't believe I'm watching somebody who hates I love Little Big Planet. I promise you I love Little Big Planet, but holy shit, that story mode was so bad. I'm sorry, I know that I had to specify a lot, but I feel really bad putting it in F tier, okay? Kid Icarus Uprising. Knuckles can. Okay, should we talk about it? As of right now, this is the best game I've ever played on the Nintendo DS. The characters are incredible. I love them. I quote them all the time. Like, 3DS. I thought I said 3DS. I might have slipped up and said DS. I've had to correct myself on that a lot lately. But there's so many small character traits about each of these characters that fully fleshes them out. Stuff like the fact that Pit can't read. Pit is illiterate, so he can't read and write. Stuff like how Pit, by description, is an angel, which an angel translates to, like... I said DS? Okay, my bad. It's literally like... What is it? It's... Messenger... Messenger of the gods or something like that. I never learned how to read! Yeah. And Palutena literally... Servant of the gods or something like that. And then when the characters point that out, Pit is like, I'm not your servant, am I, Palutena? And then she goes, I could really go for a coffee. And he's like, oh, you want that with cream like usual? Like, there is so much about those characters. They are so much fun to just watch. They're so much fun to just be around, and they're in a game that has phenomenal gameplay. And I know, the second I talk about the gameplay, people are gonna be like, but what about the controls? Listen, if I could do it on a fucking PC using my mouse, where my mouse would fall out of the bottom screen, you can do it on a 3DS. If I can do it on a PC where I had to break everything to get the game to work properly, you can do it on a 3DS, okay? I want this to be crystal clear. If you think that the controls of Kid Icarus Uprising are too bad, then that's a skill issue. No, it's peak. As I said, it is probably, as of right now, the best game I've ever played on the 3DS. And Kirby Planet Robobot is on the 3DS, and I have a figure from that game. That's how much I love Kirby Planet Robobot, and I still think Uprising is better. This game is phenomenal, and I would slaughter 7 lambs and sacrifice them in front of Nintendo headquarters if I knew it would get me Kid Icarus Uprising on the Switch too. It's peak. It deserves to be in peak, and you're already noticing a pattern. If it's made by Masahiro Sakurai, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna be in my peak tier. That man knows how to make a fucking video game. Hello, Jelly. Switch 1 so you can emulate it. Real. Knuckles Chaotix. I used the Japanese box art for this. Ooh. Look at that. Nice and classic. Probably D. Chaotix is interesting. And it was interesting to go through. But the game has problems. Like, every game in D tier is a game that I enjoy but has problems. And I think that goes for, Chaotix really bad, too. Because the rubber band mechanic is just not fun. It might be more fun with a friend, but even then, it's still gonna be broken. It's just gonna be funny to laugh at how broken it is with a friend, kind of thing, you know? The levels are pretty much just very tall, vertical shafts that are not very fun to navigate. Because of how the rubber band functions, they had to get rid of most badniks. The game only has like 4 kinds of badniks, and yet, despite everything I just complained about with the level design, there are 5 acts per zone in this game. Chaotix is interesting. It's interesting to think about the classic series version of the Chaotix. It's interesting to think about a Knuckles spin-off game. The soundtrack is still fantastic, by the way. Doorway into Summer is such a good song. Sonic Generation stole it and then tried to pass it off as its own, because Doorway into Summer is that good of a song. Visually, the game's also fantastic. It's bright, colorful, it's great to look at. Sometimes it's a little bit too colorful for its own good, where it kind of looks like I'm looking at an artistic fever dream. But it's great. It has its redeeming qualities, but, like, man, playing it isn't very fun. And the other reason Chaotix is in D is because, as I said, all of this is based on my personal experiences. Anytime I think about Knuckles Chaotix, the second thought I always have is, this game is the reason we will never get a Knuckles spin-off game. Knuckles is never allowed to have his own game because this game happened. And that's just not fair. They put a Knuckles game on a dying peripheral for a dead console and said, oh, that failed? Then Knuckles will never get a game again. No, Chaotix has a lot of issues, but it does have its redeeming qualities, as I said. I do enjoy parts of it. It's just, listen, with how many fucking classic Sonic games I streamed, there has to be some on the bottom, okay? Bendy 1, F tier. That game is a glorified walking simulator, and sometimes it doesn't even get that right. That game is not good. Bendy was only fun because we were shitting on it? Exactly. Bendy and the Ink Machine, that stream is entirely this was only fun because I was with my friend. Like, oh my gosh, that game is bad. There's a scene in that game where they didn't want to make a cutscene for the boss leaving the room, so they literally just faded to black because they were too lazy to make a cutscene. That game is bad. That game is not good. And the best thing to come out of Bendy and the Ink Machine is the fact that people started to realize it was so bad that they knew they couldn't get away with it a second time, so they made Bendy and the Dark Revival an actually good game. I don't even have any... You know how with Little Big Planet I had to specify, like, 8 times? I had to specify 8 times that Little Big Planet was entirely just because the story mode isn't very good, and how a game like Sonic Chaos is just held back because of what it is and all of that. I have no defenses for Bendy 1. I have 0 defenses for Bendy 1. Just play Dark Revival. It's just bad. This game is just bad. This game isn't even good to look at. Everybody always talks about oh, it's so cool because it's set in the sepia tone. The 2 main color schemes of Bendy and the Ink Machine are shit and piss. I don't like this game. Mega Man 4. I actually think I like 4 a little less than 3. Mega Man 3, I just really like the Robot Masters in Mega Man 3. Mega Man 4 has some good Robot Masters, but if I remember correctly, this is the game that has This is the game that had Dr. Cossack, right? Yeah, okay, because there's Pharaoh Man. This game is a little bit too long for its own good. And the thing is, I'm gonna have the same complaint about Mega Man 5 whenever I stream that. The concept of doing all the Robot Masters, then you have Cossack's Castle, then you have the Wily Castle, it's too much. It's a bit too much. And it's even worse in Mega Man 5, but I'm not talking about Mega Man 5. Mega Man 4 is good. I like it a little bit less than 3. I like it about as much as Mega Man 2. Dot Hack GU Volume 3. A tier. The first half of this game is just Volume 2, but again, and it's really annoying that it's like that. None of the gameplay changed for some reason, and that was annoying. The story at the beginning of Volume 3 wasn't very good. It really feels like half of Volume 3 was rushed, and the other half was the stuff they wanted to make, but they didn't have enough time to make it the whole thing. But when that second half hits, oh, it hits so good. Volume 3 is a very, very big dip and then a very high peak. A peak that's so high, I like it more than Volume 2, but because that first half exists, it's a whole tier lower. I don't have much more to say other than that. Super Castlevania 4, A tier. That's another stream that it may seem like I'm getting ridiculously upset, but I've brought it up before. with me and streaming sometimes, I get in my own head about not getting a game done fast enough, and it tends to make people think I'm not enjoying the game, when it's more so just me getting in my own head. Super Castlevania 4 was really bad about that. I got really in my own head about the fact that I couldn't finish it in one stream and I was bad at it, but upon reflection, of course I'm bad at Castlevania. I've played one other Castlevania game in my entire life. And upon doing so much classic Sonic stuff, I kind of realized that, like, when it comes to classic video games, there's a very big skill curve to them, where you're supposed to replay them to get good at them. And as someone who doesn't replay games, it's very hard to get good at classic video games because I don't replay them. Sonic especially is very bad about that, but Mega Man has that a lot, Castlevania has that a lot, and it means that no matter what, I will probably not be very good at those games, and I just kind of have to come to terms with that and move on. Castlevania hit me really hard with that, if you couldn't tell, because I was really upset at how bad I was at that game. But I've come to realize it's okay that I was bad at that game because I was still having a good time. The art in Castlevania 4 is great. The boss fights are super unique and fun. I love the Dracula fight in that game. That Dracula fight was a ton of fun to do. I really liked Super Castlevania 4, and I would recommend people playing Super Castlevania 4. It's a great time. I don't have much more to say because nothing super sticks out, except I had a good time with it. I'm debating whether or not I want to go conveniently use the bathroom real quick before I talk about this one. Listen, I'm so close to getting my break because I just get to shit on 5 games for like an hour here in a second. But let me go use the bathroom real quick. Okay. I don't know if Scarlet is lurking, but if she is, then there is a sniper rapidly approaching my location. LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga. C. It's a C. Listen, here's the thing. I know I'm already getting shot. Who did the yays? Is this a yay moment Jelly did? Listen. The level designs aren't fantastic because the original trilogy game came out quite a while ago by the time this game was released. And they fused it with the prequel trilogy game, which had far better level design and was way more fun to go through. So, like, half of the game is just significantly worse than the other half. And then there's not a lot of character variety, and listen, okay, the other thing is I just don't really like Star Wars, and that's part of the reason I put it in C tier, right? Is that C tier, there's 2 games in here that my entire thing is I'm hyper fixated on video games as an art form, right? I'm not hyper fixated on a specific franchise or a specific thing. I'm hyper fixated on video games as an art form. It's why I always say that I'm willing to play every video game that I come across. Any video game under the sun is up for the possibility of me playing at some point. But in the case of LEGO Star Wars, it's one of the few video games where I play it, and I know that it's just not fully for me, because I don't love Star Wars, and since I don't love Star Wars, I don't love LEGO Star Wars, you know? Like, there are 2 ways to look at LEGO Star Wars. You can look at it as a Star Wars fan, or as a LEGO game fan. And as a LEGO game fan, I like other LEGO games better. And as a Star Wars fan, I'm not. So it's C. It's fine. It's not a bad game. I wouldn't even say it's a game that has issues that hold me back from loving it, like these guys down here. It's fine. You think people are just nostalgic for it? Yeah, but you're also a Skywalker Saga fan, and I loathe that game even more than I don't like this one, so... Hi, Leon. How do you feel about LEGO Star Wars? I don't think he likes it. Welcome back, Neon. I put LEGO Star Wars in C tier. I put LEGO Star Wars in C tier, and then, put my blinds down because there's a sniper rapidly approaching my location to dome me as we speak. So let's try and finish this up before I die. Tails Sky Patrol. I don't know, D? No, F. F. The thing is, this just isn't... It's just... It's not very much of a video game now, is it? Like... everything in this tier is something that I would consider, like, I wouldn't recommend, right? Like, everything in D tier upwards, I would recommend to people, depending on what I know their preferences are and what I know they want. Like, I would recommend Knuckles Chaotix to someone if they're a big Classic Sonic fan, because it's like an extra bonus Classic Sonic game that's just a fun little thing to explore. Chain of Memories? If you like Kingdom Hearts, you kind of have to play this fucking game, so... Everything in F tier would be something I actively wouldn't recommend to someone. Sonic Rumble I can't recommend because just play Fall Guys. It's just worse Fall Guys. It's just worse Fall Guys, and then also, it's, like, very predatory. in terms of marketing. Sonic Chaos is just, imagine the most bland Sonic game you've ever played. Triple Trouble is just, we're restricted by hardware, and just play the 16-bit version. Little Big Planet, just don't play the story mode. Tails, Sky Patrol, and Bendy are just like, you just don't need to play these two games. Neither of them have anything. It's not like Tails Sky Patrol has an interesting story. It's not like it has interesting stuff. It just, the only reason you would play this game is if you're like me and you're curious enough. And if you are that, then it's there and it exists. But there's nothing that great here, especially when on the same console, you have Tails Adventure. Would you all like to know something about Tails Adventure? This game goes in the C tier because I am so mad that this game is not, it's like, okay, so here's the thing. I don't think anyone was expecting me to have a rant about Tails Adventure, but buckle up, I guess. This is such a fascinating game, and it has so many good qualities, and it's so cool, but it's just not, like, pushed to the point it needs to be. It's held back by probably being a Game Gear game and being a Sonic spin-off. This is a Sonic Metroidvania, and that's really fucking cool. Like, I kid you not, there are multiple instances in this game of seeing things in certain areas, but you don't have the ability for it yet, so you have to go back once you get the ability. This is like a Metroidvania, and it would be so cool if they just committed to that, and they fully embraced it. And even when they didn't, this is a good game. This game is not bad. By any means, it's good, and I would play it again. But the thing that makes me the most upset about it is that if they would have pushed this a little further, if this would have been a full-fledged release and not just, we need a Sonic spin-off game about Tails, this could be a fantastic Metroidvania about fucking Tails the Fox. I really want somebody out there, how I brought up that Sonic Triple Trouble has the remake that everyone loves. I need someone to make a remake of Tails Adventure and just fully make it a Metroidvania. That would be so cool. I almost want to give it its own tier. Actually, I'm going to bump it down to D tier now that I think about it, because I think it is on par with one other thing in D tier. Because the thing is, I almost want to give Tails Adventure its own category of missed potential. Because that's all I feel when I look at this game, is that there is something here, but it didn't perform well enough to get that thing tempered into something fantastic. But I feel similarly about Tails Adventure that I feel about Knack, which is why I want them on the same tier, by the way. I don't think Tails Adventure is... I don't think I enjoyed it more than I enjoyed Knack. But in case you're forgetting, I also debated putting Knack in C, so... Kingdom Hearts Days. I actually have to question myself on this one, can I be honest? I don't know if this is A or peak, because, man, those enemies late game are fucking atrocious. Nah, it's peak. It's peak. Yeah. I think Days arguably has one of the most fascinating stories out of every Kingdom Hearts game, just based on what it's about. The gameplay has its issues. Oh, fuck, the music, actually. I don't know how they made the Kingdom Hearts tracks upsetting, but they did. That should be a sin in its own right. How do you make me hate Kingdom Hearts music? But, like, half the tracks in Kingdom Hearts Days aren't very good. Whatever conversion they did to some of the songs, especially, everyone knows it, Agrabah in this game, holy shit. When I can make everybody in chat collectively agree that I should mute the game because the music is that grating, you know it's bad. And Agrabah did that. Agrabah's song in this game is so bad. But gameplay-wise, it's phenomenal. Story-wise, it's phenomenal. I know some people don't like equipping your levels, but even that's really fun for me. It really reminds me of, like, the attaché case from Resident Evil 4, and I love that thing. Like, I adore that thing. Every time it comes back in a Resident Evil game, I pog at my screen. And it's fantastic. I think Days deserves to be in peak. Days does make me debate moving Bonanza up, but I don't know. Bonanza's limited for me because of how I feel about Nintendo right now. Like, when it comes to Kirby Air Riders, I see that as a Masahiro Sakurai game. I can't do that with Donkey Kong Bonanza, and it kind of makes me limit it, but I do think it might deserve peak, I'll be honest. But I'll come back to it when we're finishing up. Ugh. Finally. Poppy Playtime Chapter 1. F. It's ridiculously short, nothing fucking happens, there's one chase sequence, and also the models in Chapter 1 are hilariously unoptimized. They're almost as bad as Garden of Banban models. Poppy Playtime Chapter 2. D tier. It's slightly longer, they actually try a few things, but 1, it's very not scary. 2, it's very not optimized. 3, it's very repetitive, the minigames are not very fun to play. And 4, it's more Poppy Playtime. If it wasn't for Chapter 2, we wouldn't be here. Poppy Playtime Chapter 3, this is like B or A tier. It's kind of just a really good survival horror game for some reason. Don't ask me how that one happened. It's actually scary, actually made me jump a few times. The final boss is kind of bad, but everything else is so good that I almost forget about it. Chapter 3 is so much better than the rest of Poppy Playtime. I genuinely think it was from a different franchise, and the devs somehow just stole it. Chapter 3, fantastic. Chapter 4, ass. It's the worst chapter. It makes me cry a little inside. It's unnecessarily long. People talk for like 6 hours. You can't skip any cutscenes. Even if you've beaten the game before, you're still not allowed to skip the cutscenes. Shit just kind of happens. There's way too many ideas. It's not scary again. It's ridiculously annoying. Everything about it kind of sucks. Chapter 5 has all of the same problems as Chapter 4, but maybe just a tiny bit lesser. I guess C. Maybe, like, I can somewhat make an argument that Chapter 5 deserves a C, just because they're trying to go for something, and the designs are at least trying to be something, but, like, fuck, it has just as many issues as Chapter 4. It's a bit too long, and the fact that it's not the ending of the franchise really drags it down quite a bit. I don't like Poppy Playtime anymore. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5 made me not like Poppy Playtime anymore. I thought things were looking up when Chapter 3 was as good as it was, but then everything came crashing back down ridiculously fast. Chapter 4 was so bad, it wiped me out so much that I had to delay finishing Chapter 5 to a second day because I was that exhausted due to dealing with Chapter 4. And when I was playing Chapter 5, just as badly, I crashed out during Chapter 5 because the game is not well designed to tell you where you need to go or what you need to do, and the chase sequences just get worse every single time we make them. Chases in Poppy Playtime are so fucking repetitive. Even Secret of the Mimic understood that at some point during a chase sequence, you have to look at the thing chasing you. Because if they don't make you look at the thing chasing you, then it just doesn't feel like anything anymore. It just feels like running. They're repetitive. They're not fun. It's an awful experience. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad to finally be done thinking about fucking Poppy Playtime. Resident Evil Requiem is peak. I don't even think I took a breath through all of that. I just... The thing is, I try my best to remain positive during streams, and I know sometimes I crack. I'm not a perfect human being, and I'm not a perfect streamer. I get in my head a lot. I get in my head, like, a lot when it comes to streaming. So stuff like Super Castlevania 4 or even Chain of Memories. Some people think I hate both of those games, when I don't hate either of those games, right? I get in my head, but I mostly try and remain positive about every game I play. Poppy Playtime broke me so bad that I couldn't hold it in during the stream. For most of these games, I'm bashing them here, but I was entirely positive during the stream itself. Poppy broke me so bad, it became a fucking meme that I would specifically bring up Poppy Playtime just to shit on it. That game broke a part of me, and I think it deserves all of the hate I just get it. And then immediately after, I played Resident Evil Requiem, which is like the biggest joke of them all, because I played a shitty horror game and then followed it up with probably like one of the best Resident Evil games. This game was so good and so interesting. I had an entire stream of just sitting there and yapping about it because I didn't entirely know how to get out all of my thoughts about it. And upon reflection, I do think Resident Evil Requiem is like top 3, top 2 Resident Evil game. It combines the gameplay aspects that people love of games like Resident Evil 4 and 5, alongside the more classic survival horror gameplay of games like 7 and 2. It combines them so good. The story is very fun to get through. I love Grace. I've come around on the ending a lot since people started to point out that Grace's entire character is kind of the anti-Ethan Winters, where Ethan Winters, like, had to go through so much of shit he wasn't connected to. Ethan was just a random guy who had nothing to do with any of the Resident Evil-isms, whereas Grace is literally dead center in all of Resident Evil. Ethan, of course, has a lot of stuff around his daughter, and it is his biological daughter, whereas Grace has a lot of stuff around Emily, but Emily isn't her biological daughter. There's a lot of contrast between her and Ethan, and I'm very curious if they will fully commit to that whenever she comes back. RE9 is just really, really good. I think about this game a lot. I talk about this game a lot. Resident Evil 9 is fantastic. It was so good. I want to go back and play every other Resident Evil game. and then replay it because I liked it that much. Resident Evil 9 is incredible. It deserves peak. Some say peak tier exists for Resident Evil 9. Sonic Blast is F tier. I'm almost tempted to make a Poppy playtime tier below F tier. I'm like almost completely serious here. I cannot specify how much that game pisses me off to just even think about sometimes. But Sonic Blast, to move on now. It's a lot like Sonic Chaos for me, where I kind of feel like they weren't really trying anything. The thing is, I'm very lenient to a game that I can tell is trying something new. Like for an example, both of the Tails games and Chaotix, those are all trying something new with the Sonic formula that I appreciate, and I can appreciate them for that, even if they don't fully succeed or even if they have massive issues. I see redeeming qualities in that. Sonic Blast and Sonic Chaos, their version of trying something new is just giving Sonic a more, like, advanced sprite, and that doesn't mean anything. That virtually doesn't do anything. It's just poorly made Sonic games that were entirely made for the sake of trying to make better looking sprites, and that doesn't matter. The game doesn't stick out in my head because they use pre-rendered sprites like Donkey Kong Country. The game sticks out in my head because it's just kind of a very boring, basic Sonic game with bad levels that just so happens to have very ugly pre-rendered sprites. Like, Sonic Blast, it's just Sonic Blast and Sonic Chaos are the same in that regard. Do you guys want my evidence for why Frick Bears 3 is in peak tier? Do you guys want my evidence for why this game is where it is? I don't even think I need to give evidence for why I would put Frick Bears in peak tier, but Monster Hunter Wilds, Frick Bears releases, Frick Bear stream, Frick Bear stream, Frick Bear stream. Monster Hunter because I was worried people were getting mad at me, Frick Bear stream. Metroid Zero Mission because I was worried people were still mad at me, Frick Bear stream, Frick Bear stream. A few other games in between, then I finally said, what the fuck if I tried Lunatic, Frick Bear stream. What happened to the placement doesn't matter. The placement still doesn't matter, but I just put it there to emphasize the fact that I want you to realize, and I want people in chat to realize, everyone in my chat is either an ex-FNAF fan who got jaded by Security Breach and didn't like FNAF anymore, or someone who hadn't thought about FNAF in years, and they all still liked watching Frick Bears. They all still got invested in Frick Bears because this game is so good. This game was so good that even people who didn't care about FNAF liked Frick Bears. The thing is, the placements don't matter, right? And I stand by that. But out of every game on this list, Frick Bears is easily the one that people can say, like, oh, there's not a chance in hell that she doesn't like this game. Because again, just look at this, man. The second I played Frick Bears, I couldn't stop playing Frick Bears. And the only reason I did stop was because I was worried people were mad. Metroid Zero Mission. I think A. Is it A or is it peak? The thing is, if we're talking about the playthrough I did, It's A, but the thing is, the fact that Metroid Zero Mission let me play that way just goes to show why it is incredible. Like, Zero Mission is a phenomenal game. You know what? Go in peak tier. Oh, but is it? Sorry, I know I'm contradicting myself, but the thing is, every Metroid game is kind of A or peak tier. I think the only Metroid game that's a miss is, like, the original Metroid. And that's just because it's outdated, you know? That's just because it's dated now. Well, that and Samus Returns for the Game Boy. But every other Metroid, I would say, it kind of hits. It's kind of either an A or a P. Oh, except Other M. Well, even Other M has redeeming qualities. If you just ignore the story, Other M is kind of fascinating because it's a 3D action game that's being played on an NES controller, which is just really fucking weird, but kind of sick. Samus Returns is the remake. Oh, it's Return of... Okay, sorry. I thought they had the... Okay. Yeah, Return of Samus also has its issues. Again, the only Metroid games that I think are misses are only misses because they're dated. They were probably hits when they came out. Like, the thing is, when I play both of those, which I do have plans to play both of those, I'm not gonna sit there and think about, like, oh, these have aged so poorly. I'm gonna sit there and think about, like, man, these would have hit even back then. I need you to know I haven't played Return of Samus. So, if you're talking about Return of Samus, I wouldn't know. Original Metroid, it's rough around the edges, but original Metroid fascinates me because of it excels on the console it's on. Even on that like, when you stop and think about it, the NES was kind of a crazy fucking lineup of video games, in retrospect. They're influential, sure, but they didn't hit as well as the mainstays did. That's fair, yeah. But no, like, that's what's hard, is that when I think of Zero Mission, I think of other Metroid games, and, like, every Metroid game kind of goes crazy for me. Like, when I was like, oh, it should go in A, the reason my brain was like, it should go in A is because I was like, well, I like Fusion more, and I like Dread more, but then my brain was like, well, that doesn't matter. Influential as fuck, but didn't sell a gazillion copies. Metroid is one of the weird franchises where it's just way more popular here than it is in Japan. People do not give a fuck about Metroid in Japan. Specifically in the West, Metroid is popular. And the weird thing is, I've come to realize this, Metroid has this, like, weird following behind it in the Nintendo community. Like, I don't know if you've noticed this, Nyan, and we're kind of going past, like, the game itself and talking about Metroid as a franchise, but I want to talk about this. I've noticed this recently. People treat Metroid like it's the Nintendo franchise that's always going to be good. And I don't mean that, like, in regard to, like, the Metroid Prime Federation Force is what I think about, right? That game, I need to stream that game one day because I have to defend that game one day. That game is kind of sick, but people were so wanting a new Metroid Prime and so wanting a new Metroid that they hated on it just for its existence. Like, it came out at a bad time, but it's not awful. People expect so much out of Metroid here. It's known as, like, Nintendo's one franchise that, like, is for the gamers, you know? Like, people look at every other Nintendo franchise, and you have those people who are like, that's not for true gamers. Even those people give Metroid credit. It's like, for some reason, Metroid has such a cultish following around it here, and yet it's not that popular. It's this very weird dichotomy that's like it's thrown me off a lot, I gotta be real with you. It's not seen as a kiddie franchise like 90% of Nintendo's catalog is. Yeah. And the thing is, I don't look at what is in peak tier. I don't care if something is considered kiddie at all. But I don't know, Metroid's just held in such high regard. It's like, you know how I said that most Metroid games are like most Metroid games are fantastic, if not like top of their genre. I agree to that, but it's built up such this standard where I feel like even Metroid games that are probably pretty good are kinda overhated. Like, I really have to start playing them. I really have to stream the Prime games. I need to put a priority on Metroid. I need to put a bounty out on Metroid for myself, because I haven't played Prime 3, but from what I've seen, I don't understand why people hate Prime 3. I'm not talking about Prime 4. I'm not talking about Prime 4. I'm talking about Prime 3. Because people were very harsh to Prime 3. Prime 4, I'm like 90% sure that game does have problems, but it's like Metroid is like the gold standard of Nintendo franchises. It's like, oh, Metroid will always be good. Like, it's just this, it's weird to me. Especially considering how not super popular it is. I didn't even know about Metroid until Smash Bros. But I think Zero Mission is peak. Like, I can't even think of a flaw off the top of my head for Zero Mission. What would be a flaw in Metroid Zero Mission? Like an overwhelming one. Maybe the fact that its story is entirely told through a tie-in manga? I don't know. It's just a really good-ass Metroidvania, man. Like, oh, okay, there actually is one thing. Zero Mission, this happens with a few Metroid games that kind of makes me mad, where, like, the only real collectible is just, like, missile expansions that, like, at some point you stop caring about missile expansions, because there's no way you're ever going to use every missile you have. Zero Mission has a lot of hidden missile expansions. It's like half of the 100% completion task is just missile expansions, which is part of the reason why I didn't even try and go for 100% completion when I did that stream, is because I know like half of it is crap I don't care about, but that's like one of the few complaints I can think of for Zero Mission. We can finally see the end. Oh, this has been 3 straight hours of just yapping. Alright. Sonic Drift 1, F tier. It's kind of... D. I appreciate them for trying to make a racing game. And it is trying to be its own thing. It's just not very fleshed out, like, at all. Also, it rubber bands like a motherfucker. Like, there are racing games that have really bad rubber banding, and then there's Sonic Drift. If you are at all in the lead, all of a sudden, everybody else puts their foot on the gas and they start going 100 in a school zone. Like, holy shit. But if you're behind, then every single CPU becomes the most incompetent person in the room, simultaneously. Sonic Drift 2, it's just Sonic Drift but slightly better. I could see myself going back and trying. I mean, in Sonic Drift 1, I got through the full Grand Prix, got the credits without getting first, and just kind of called it. Sonic Drift 2, I at least did as much as I could and got first. Sonic Labyrinth. D. I understand they were trying to make a F. They were trying to make a puzzle game, and it just didn't work. The keys aren't hard enough to find to mean anything. It's not super fun to explore around the environments. The game's nice looking, I'll give it that. Isometric games are always kind of hard to design, in my opinion, because you simultaneously can't get a very good view of your character or a very good view of your environment. So you have to fight really hard to make an isometric game look good. Games like Hades have come out, and that really made it look good. But Sonic Labyrinth doesn't do a bad job of making an isometric view not look awful, so I'll give it credit for that. It just kind of exists. Like, again, anything in F tier is something that I wouldn't recommend to people, and I wouldn't recommend people to play Sonic Labyrinth. Especially because what Sonic Labyrinth is trying to go for, I think, is done better by a different game, but we'll get to there in a second. Next up is Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, and this goes in D tier. It's a Puyo Puyo. It's just Puyo Puyo Tetris reskinned. Like, I don't know. I guess some of the dialogue's kind of funny, but just play Puyo Puyo Tetris. That one actually has a story because it's its own thing. It's not just a tie-in for a Sonic cartoon. I thought I said Puyo. Oh, is it just Puyo Puyo? Oh, my bad. Sorry, it's just Puyo Puyo. Like, that's all it is. And if you're gonna play Puyo Puyo, play original Puyo Puyo. It's its own thing, and it's... it has lore, it has its own stuff. Tetris specifically Cloud Gamer. Okay, my bad. That's how little I know about Puyo Puyo, to be fair. I want to get into it, though. It looks interesting. I do like cute magical girls. But, yeah, Puyo Puyo is just Puyo Puyo. It's in D because it's not a bad experience, but since the 90s, yeah, true. I do know how old Puyo Puyo is because they reskinned it all the time here in the West. Because I guess they just thought we couldn't handle magical girls, which was weird. To be fair, we definitely couldn't handle Satan as a character. Okay, so this next game, I thought about not even qualifying, which is Repo, right? The reason I decided that Repo should qualify is that I have played a solo run before. I didn't stream it, but I did play it. The thing is, when it comes to games that are entirely designed around just hang out with your friends and have fun, I didn't know if I should qualify them. How everything got censored back in the day and how they'd react to Satan. Yeah, no, you're right. I did forget for a second, then I remembered, oh yeah, Satan. Repo is fun, but I can't say it's standout. I wouldn't put it any higher than C, but it's still a well-made game. It's shockingly glitch-free, can I just say? Like, it kind of shocks me this game is as glitch-free as it is. It's fun to play, the streams of it. Puyo Puyo is from 91? Sheesh, okay. Repo's just it's a ton of fun, especially with friends, but you can even have a lot of fun with it on your own, which is why I thought it should qualify here. I enjoy Repo. I think it's C tier. I would definitely do a solo stream run, and that alone tells me that it's probably above D and F tier. Sonic Spinball. I think D. Listen, some people might be shocked it's not an F, because I wholeheartedly just kind of stopped. Like, the brain didn't even register the game anymore at some point, because it's pinball, but it's required pinball. Let's be brutally honest here. A good chunk of pinball is luck. It just is, especially in a video game version where, like, your knowledge of physics or anything isn't really gonna help you along. The reason Spinball gets a D tier instead of just an F, because it's just a pinball clone, is because it is trying to go for something. Spinball fascinates me because it's a pinball game, but it's trying to still be a game outside of just pinball. I feel the same way about Mario's Pinball Land, to give another example of what I'm talking about. Both of these games are just pinball, but they're trying to be a video game on top of pinball, whereas something like Metroid Prime Pinball, or, yeah, Metroid Prime Pinball is the best example, that's just pinball. That just has the Metroid name slapped on it. It's not trying to be a game on top of pinball. It's just pinball. Take a shot every time I say the word pinball. Anyways. It's okay. It's in D tier because it's kind of interesting. It's trying something. But there are better pinball games to play. Pokemon Pinball, for example, it does the thing of trying to be something on top of pinball, but it does it in a much more interesting way with, you know, making it so that the pinball is the Pokeball and you try and catch stuff. It's just, Spinball exists. It's trying something, and I appreciate what it's trying, which is why it's in D tier, but it's just not very fun, in my opinion, which is why it's in D tier. Like, you know, perfectly balanced as all things should be. It's not like the rest of these Sonic games down here where they're trying something and doing it bad or not trying anything. It's trying something, it's just not doing it fantastic. And maybe someone who just enjoys pinball more than me will get a bit more out of it, which is why I'm like, it should be in D, not F, because there's a chance that this is just hitting the wrong person, you know? Split Fiction. Probably A tier. Split Fiction was really good. That ending sequence especially, holy shit, that was so good. Like, I had a great time going through this. I had a great time going through this with Red. There was a lot of interesting stuff. Maybe, no, because even the gameplay was great. It was just a good platformer in terms of gameplay. It's just a good game. I don't have too much more to say about it, though. It's just kind of a good game. That's it. Okay, so this is why I put Sonic Labyrinth in F tier. Sonic Blast isn't fantastic, but it's doing this is kind of a puzzle exploration Sonic thing just better than Sonic Labyrinth. The game is nice to look at. It has interesting set dressing that I can actually 3D Blast, sorry. That I can actually, like, remember off the top of my head. It was fun to go through. Plus, that final boss was great. And the Chaos Emerald, the special stages were fun. Yeah, Blast is the other game, my bad. Like, 3D Blast had a lot to it. And it was fun. Do I think it's a phenomenal video game? Do I think that's fun? Yeah, it was fun. I had a good time going through it. I could be coerced to play through it again and actually properly get the Chaos Emeralds this time instead of cheating. That final boss especially was really cool. The Sonic logos lighting up 3D Blast 1. I know, right? It's like, it kind of trips me out a little bit. Sonic the Fighters, this is A. Is it peak? It's fun. It's really fun. I have a great time going through this game. Just a good arcade fighter. I'm really trying to decide if it deserves peak, though. I think my bigger issue with it is that for fighting games, I tend to prefer more characters just for the sake of variety. But even then, all of the characters are so different in fighters. There's mechanics that I didn't even engage with because it's actually pretty in-depth. You know what? Sonic the Fighters is peak. I'd argue peak for that game. Well... Okay, Sonic R is peak, Fighters is A. Sonic R is like my second favorite Sonic game of all time. And that includes mainline Sonic games, so I'm very biased, but I love Sonic R. I had a phenomenal time going through it, and I will have a phenomenal time going through it again on my own time. I love Sonic R. It deserves to be in peak. Okay. So, I want this to be known. When it comes to Okami, right? Everything that's I've critiqued is entirely personal and something that I'm working to get over. And some people could be like, oh, well, you don't have to get over those things. I enjoy the concept of more open, explorative games, right? Me getting stun-locked by them... Me getting stun-locked by those games is less oh, it's a preference thing that I just don't like those kinds of games, and more so like a, holy shit, the ADHD brain just doesn't know how to break down tasks well enough to make this work. And that's something that's a genuine problem in my actual life. But even past that, Okami is just so fucking good. It's gorgeous, the gameplay is great. I think maybe the combat gets a little repetitive near the end, but then again, if you're not like me and you actually engage with some of the other paintbrush techniques for combat, like the fire explosion and stuff like that, you would probably get a bit more out of it than I did. The bosses are phenomenal, especially the Ninetales and the final boss. Both of those bosses are so good. I think about them even beyond the game itself. It's really, really good. The only drawbacks I could talk about are entirely personal. Because, again, the game being a bit too big isn't its fault. That's my fault. The pacing problem is... The only reason the pacing problem happened was because for the first half of Okami, I did a bunch of extra stuff. And then for the second part, I did a little bit of extra stuff. And then for the third part, I did 0 extra stuff, which made it seem like they kind of... The second part, I still think, is a bit too long than the other two. But even then, I don't know how much of that is because of what I just described and how much isn't. Because, like, maybe if I wouldn't have engaged with anything extra, the second part wouldn't have felt as long. Like, any complaints I could level, I think were more so player problems than game problems. Okami's fantastic. It's peak. Before we get to Protector of Earth, I think I've finally come around. I think Bonanza deserves peak. I think Bonanza deserves peak. I've been looking at it this whole time, and it's really good. Everything I feel I'm holding against Donkey Kong Bonanza is more so what I was feeling about Nintendo at the time I streamed it and played it. Because that was, like, right at the pinnacle of, holy shit, anytime I think about this company, I want to die. Like, I played Bonanza at the peak of that, like, middle of the Pokemon lawsuits, middle of all of the issues with prices, and them trying to increase game prices, the game keycards thing. Bonanza hit right when all of that was hitting me really hard. So I kind of associate the game with that, but that's not fair. It's a That's not fair to the people who made this game. The thing is, when it comes to stuff like that for Nintendo and me, it's like I have to differentiate the company from the creatives who worked on this game. And the creatives who worked on this game were clearly passionate. They wanted to make something. They wanted to make something interesting and fun. And they succeeded at that. They weren't the people who were sitting there like, now how do we raise the price of this game? Like, that wasn't them. It deserves peak. And I think it belongs there. I think it's about just as good as Mario Odyssey, which I would put that game in peak. Ben 10 Protector of Earth. Well, we got a new slot for A tier at least. A tier. Protector of Earth is fun. It's got a lot of great combat moments. There's a lot of diversity in the aliens' movesets and what they can do. Sure, you can just repetitively spam, like, the most powerful attack on each alien. Hypothetically, someone could do that to blast through the second half of the game. But even if you don't do that, it's just fun. All the aliens have unique movesets. Good game. Not my favorite Ben 10 game, but I think it's an A. It might be in B. I think... Do I feel A or B about it? Like... I think B. I think there's a few balancing issues. Some of the later enemies hit you way harder than I think they should. Like, you go down in, like, 2 hits, and I will remind everyone, I was playing on normal mode. I wasn't even playing on hard mode for that playthrough, and that still happened. Plus, Wildvine just shouldn't exist. He is so and utterly underbaked compared to everybody else. So I think B tier. Okay, I have a lot to say about all 4 of these games, so give me 1 second to quickly, like, drink and eat something before my throat dies on me. Alright. Let's talk about Superstars. Superstars still astonishes me, if I can be honest with all of you. I don't understand why this game is as hated as it is. It's trying to do something new. It's trying to diversify classic Sonic from modern Sonic's aesthetics. It's trying to push more interesting mechanics onto classic Sonic, considering the fact that, yes, classic Sonic is a fantastic gameplay formula, but if you were to make too many classic Sonic games, then it would, it would grow stale. You'd have to introduce a lot of new things. And I know some people are like, oh, well, classic Sonic stages usually introduced one stage mechanic that played into the momentum, and then that didn't happen because the Chaos Emeralds exist. You're supposed to create your own movement mechanics by using the Chaos Emeralds, and by doing so, you create some fun, interesting areas. Now, I'm not going to say that every Chaos Emerald ability was peak, because quite a few of them were misses. I think the standout will always be Bullet, but I even got some fun use out of Vine in terms of platforming, and in terms of bosses, there's like 2 abilities that are fantastic for them as well. I see the issues, and I see how people wouldn't fundamentally like it, but I see how people don't like it because I think they're trying to approach it as more classic Sonic without meeting the game on its level, right? And in case you don't get what I mean, I'm imagining that the people who had a lot more issues with it saw the Chaos Emerald abilities, tried them once, then were like, ugh, this is gimmicky, and then didn't touch them again, and just tried to play it like a Sonic Mania or something, right? And they didn't meet the game on the level of trying to experiment with those Chaos Emerald abilities and use them in unique ways for the sake of, doing the Sonic thing of going faster or taking the top route or stuff like that. I think Superstars is good. I think Superstars is far better than some people give it credit for. My big issues with Superstars are, one, I do think that the level design in some worlds is a little bland. Like, aside from a few standout levels, it's a little bland, and some of the standout levels are kind of gimmicky. Like, I really like that one Datascape, voxel-based level, but when I stop and think about it, that's a little gimmicky of a level, but it was kind of really fun to go through for me. I think Superstars is far better than people give it credit for, and I think I could put it on the same tier as, honestly, probably Sonic 2. I had a very enjoyable time with Sonic Superstars. I really did. And there's probably parts of it that hold it back that I don't fully know about or engaged with. For example, I could definitely see how multiplayer probably doesn't run very well. Maybe it makes the game slow down, maybe it makes certain platforming moments not work properly, or bosses get broken in half by it. And again, that price. This game should not be $60. Sonic Superstars should be arguably $40. Maybe you could convince me of $50, but it should not be a full-priced modern game. It is not. It is too short and has too little content to be a full-priced modern game. That's my biggest complaint with Superstars, but aside from that, I had a great time going through that game. I was so expecting to go into that not enjoying it, and I had a great time. It was so good, I'm planning on going through and doing Trip's story. That's how much I liked it. Okay. Where in the fresh hell do I put Monster Hunter Wilds? Superstars rating, Trip is a cutie, peak. The only thing keeping it out of peak is just the price, the few gameplay issues, and Yeah, I have a few problems with Superstars, but where the fuck do I put Wilds, man? It's weird, right? Because I feel everyone likes Wilds less than it deserves. I like, the thing is, Wilds on launch, I completely understand not liking Wilds. Like, from what I remember, there was a lot of weird missing things. There was a lot of content that just didn't exist. There were bugs. It didn't run very well. All of that, right? But where Wilds is at now, it's not fully that anymore, and yet still people aren't satisfied with it. And that includes me. There's something about Wilds that just doesn't feel right in terms of Monster Hunter for me. And I know that some people are like, oh, that's what you're judging on, that doesn't feel right. But I genuinely, I've talked about this with 4 people, and none of them know how to put it. Like, I know people who have gone through all of Wilds, fought every monster, they fought every, what is it, the Arch-Tempered versions of every, like, major monster. I know people have done everything they could in Wilds, and then they just thought about it and they're like, I don't know if I ever want to go back and play Wilds anymore. And I know people who haven't done all of that and who wanted to, who dropped it because they were like, I just don't know if I care to go and do that. There is just something about Wilds that feels wrong. And I don't know what it is. And I've talked to people and they don't fully know what it is. Like, there's just something about Wilds that doesn't fully click right, and it's really upsetting. Because it should be fine. Like, even some stuff that people don't like, where it's like, well, there's not a lot of harvesting, there's not a lot of any of that stuff. You could lodge those complaints against a game like World, and yet people still don't feel the same way about Monster Hunter World. Like, there's just something missing. There's just something that's not right about Wilds. And I could talk about it for so long, because it does do things well. I like cinematic monster fights. I know some people don't, but I genuinely think some of the more cinematic fights are fantastic. Especially for Elder Dragons, I think cinematic fights should always be the go-to for Elder Dragons. You are supposed to feel like that is an astonishing moment of gameplay, so I think having the more cinematic stuff for those is great. But then for the lesser monsters, there's no reason to learn environments. You don't have to go hunt for materials or anything in the environments, so you have no reason to learn them. On top of that, monsters' pathings aren't very complex either, and you don't even have to learn them because the bird exists. The main issue is when it stops being cinematic and starts feeling like a script. Yeah, and that's fair, but even then, I can let some leeway for that, just because, I don't know, I really liked the GOG fight. Every fight plays out the same way. Yeah, I know you're probably specifying to the more cinematic fights, and that's fair to those, but I feel that way about most fights in Wilds, if I can be for real. There's never a random thing that's gonna happen in a Wilds battle that completely changes how the rest of that fight goes compared to the last time you ran that fight, like there is in Monster Hunter World. Like 5 monsters that fall into that pitfall and they're all endgame, yeah. Like, the last Monster Hunter stream we did, right? I did the Lagiacrus fight, and then we farmed Cerigios for a minute because I was procrastinating fighting Omega, right? That Cerigios fight pretty much went the same way all 4 times we did it. Right down to the fact that we would come across the, like, is it Quemetrice or whatever? that monster would always be in the second place that Sergio's landed at the same exact time every single time. I know you're probably specifying that, like, oh, it's only, what the fuck, why did this end? How long has that been ended for? My bad. You're probably saying that only applies to cinematic fights, but I would argue that happens with every fight in Wilds. And it kinda kills me. But then again, there are parts of it that I really like. I think most of the monster designs in Wilds are fantastic. I love Ray Dow. I love the Guardian designs for the monsters. I think that makes them look even cooler. Zoshia is, holy shit, Zoshia. Then a lot of the fights do have some very exciting parts to them. Like, that's the thing, is Monster Hunter Wilds is so fucking middling that I don't know if I like it or hate it. It's just so perfectly in the middle for me that I can't ever make up my mind, because I don't know whether I hate or love it, because it just kind of exists. I'll put it in B. I just wish there was a small little thing that could push me into being a Monster Hunter Wilds defender, or a little thing that could push me into being a Monster Hunter Wilds hater, but there isn't one substantial thing either way to make me either. I don't hate Monster Hunter Wilds, but I don't love Monster Hunter Wilds. And it kinda kills me, because, like, Monster Hunter World, I will defend it. I love that game. That game was great. Had a great time playing through it. Want to go back to it and redo it for a stream one day. Monster Hunter Rise, didn't like it at all. I think base game Rise is bad enough that it's kind of hard to convince people to get all the way through to Sunbreak. I didn't like the aesthetics. I didn't like the gameplay. I don't like Rise very much. I have substantial opinions about both of those. Then you look at Wilds, and it's like, I mean, yeah, there's some gameplay sections that kind of suck, but there are some fights that are kind of fun. There's substantial issues and substantial benefits. Like, that's the problem, is I don't know what to feel about Wilds, and it makes me kind of just not want to engage with it. I can't play through all of Wilds to get to this point where I'm like, oh, hooray, I played through the game that everyone said was bad, but I found these redeeming qualities, but yeah, it's bad. I can't do that like I could with Rise. I can't, it just... Jin to Hot Fight plays the same each time, and a lot of base game monsters have very samey repetitive patterns and pathing. Then you get monsters like Laggy, where like clockwork, it'll stop all it's doing and head to the pool for the scripted underwater. Yeah. Fuck. Just be worse. Or be better. Just be something. It's like you know what it's like? It's like having a child that's just like very middling. They get C's and B's on their report cards all the time. And you know they could be doing better, but you also know they could be doing worse. So you can't fully, like, be mad at them and, like, berate them and punish them. But you also can't fully praise them because you know they could be doing better. And you know that they could try harder to be better, but they're just not. They're just in this little middling area where it's just really fucking annoying. That's how I feel about Monster Hunter Wilds. Because, yeah, fights are kind of really scripted. The bird is kind of overbearing and makes it so you don't really have to learn environments. On top of the fact that they've already cut back on scavenging stuff in Monster Hunter for like the last 3 generations. Like, sorry, not generations, the last 3 games. Not generations, sorry. Like, it's just, fuck, be worse or be better, please. Yeah, the story, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it kills me, because you want an outsider's perspective real quick, Neon? I got into Monster Hunter through playing Monster Hunter World the week Wilds came out. So it was just, there was no shot I was avoiding spoilers. And I saw so many of the cutscenes of Alma being like, Hunter, the guild permits you to hunt this monster. I thought that was gonna be a thing. I thought with my entire soul that Monster Hunter Wilds was gonna have so many moments of like, oh, you can't, like, oh, you have to avoid hunting this monster because the guild hasn't permitted you yet. Or, oh, this monster's endangered, which means you have to capture it. Or,
Was that the bite of 87?
thank you for the follow. Millis? Sorry. And welcome in. Sorry, I'm very deep into a rant. But then I thought that was gonna be so important, and it just doesn't fucking matter. It might as well. Miles Parker. Oh, is it? Why is there 2 L's? Well, welcome in, Miles. Look, the L's threw me off, okay? I'm fucking stupid. I just... Yeah, sorry about that. How's it going? It's... Giles, right? Okay. The story isn't great. Hunts are a little scripted and stilted. But man, as a Hammer main in Wilds, fuck, Hammer is the best it's ever been in that game. I love offset attacks, and I think wounds are one of the best ideas for Monster Hunter. Wounds open up combat in such a unique way. If only the fights weren't as scripted as they were, wounds would arguably be one of the best decisions we ever made. They're far better than mounting. B. It gets a B. No, it gets a C. It gets a C. Half of the time I'm talking about Wilds, it's to shit on Wilds to make people feel better about the fact that they don't like it more. And the other half is trying to defend parts of Wilds that I do think are good. It is so damn middling. It's in C. Sonic Mania. This is in peak. My peak tier is a little crowded, but man, I just played a lot of good games, I guess. But this is the best classic Sonic game, and I can say that now, because I have played every classic Sonic game. And nobody can ever deny that fact from me, ever. And this is just the best one. Like, special stages are fun. My one complaint is that having to find the special stage ring and then do some pretty difficult special stages is a little mean. But even then, if they're really fun to go through once you know how to do them, and difficulty isn't exactly a bad thing for an extra thing in a Sonic game, It's one of the prettiest sprite-based games I can think of off the top of my head. The music is astounding. It's fun to go through. Oh my gosh. I love Mania. It's so good. It is peak classic Sonic. Emeralds 4 and 5, though. Yeah. Again, those are rough. And my one complaint would be that I think you should be able to use a extra life to retry a special stage, but gosh dang, it's just so good. Even my one complaint is pretty minor. That's all I'll say about that for now. Okay. Is there anything that I think needs to move? Frick Bears 3, absolutely peak. Digimon Story Time Stranger, absolutely peak. That's, again, best monster collector I've played. Sonic 3 Knuckles is probably the second best classic Sonic game, and I enjoy it quite a bit. GU Volume 2 is the best of the GU trilogy. I love it to pieces. That one shouldn't even be here yet, but okay. Okay, but could I really exclude it? Would it really feel like the complete Season 1 tier list if I didn't have the last game that's going to be played before I take my break? Like, come on. You know it has to be here, even if it's not here yet. Air Riders is phenomenal. Masahiro Sakurai never misses. Kid Icarus is phenomenal. Masahiro Sakurai never misses. Days is great. I'm still debating bumping that down, though. But I didn't play it yet. I've played Kingdom Hearts 2 so many times. I've 100% completed it. Listen, it would feel bad if it wasn't here yet, and I didn't want to do this stream after Kingdom Hearts 2, and I also definitely didn't want to do all of Kingdom Hearts 2, then build the tier list, then put it, because reminder, even if I refresh this page, every single one of these images will vanish in a blink of an eye if I even refresh the page, because I switched to presentation mode and they all disappeared on me. Consider a teaser to be on peak, alright? It's a teaser that it's here. But I'm still debating knocking Days down. Like, there's some of those later enemies just have way too much fucking health for their own good. And again, the fact that it kind of butchered a few Kingdom Hearts songs is kind of crazy to think about. But I love the story enough, I might leave it in peak. Agrabah, yeah. Like, that's the thing, is that compared to everything else in peak, I think Days is the game I have the most issues with. And that kind of makes me want to bump it down. Because, like, Days and Bonanza, I could make an argument for both of them going down a tier. But I like being more positive than I like being negative, so I'll leave both in peak. Just know, both games, they have some issues. If you're ever in Agrabah in Days, just start playing music. Just don't even try. Like, the more you listen to it, the more you want to hurt somebody. Requiem absolutely deserves to be in peak. That might be peak Resident Evil, just in general. Zero Mission, it's Metroid. I love most Metroid games. There's only been one Metroid game that I've played that I don't think is in peak. Sonic R, that game personally means a lot to me. That stream was fun. That game is fun. I love it to pieces. It deserves peak. Okami made me cry. Oh my gosh, the art is fantastic. Okami is peak. Bonanza, again, it has a few issues. I think it could be a bit more Donkey Kong. I think there's a few story problems, but man, that game is just fun to move in. Like, it really does feel like a twin brother, like a member of the family of Mario Odyssey, and considering I would also put Mario Odyssey in Peak, I think Bonanza deserves Peak. Sonic Mania is my favorite classic Sonic game, and considering the fact that I've played all of them, it deserves Peak for that. I think story still stays in A. If the combat was a bit better and the story was a bit... or the story, I think it could be moved up to Peak, but where both are at now, I think it stays at A. Mario Superstar Baseball, I might be able to move that down to B, actually. Like, it's fun for a Mario sports game, but it's not my favorite Mario sports game at all. That would go to Strikers. Sonic CD... I think CD deserves A. CD's great. I love Metal Sonic, though. 2, I think that also deserves A. Mega Man 3, yeah. GU Volume 3, yep. Super Castlevania 4, yep. Split Fiction, yeah, I'd leave that here. Sonic the Fighters, yeah. Superstars, yeah. Maybe no, Superstars A. I like Superstars in A. GU Volume 1 B. I could make an argument to move that up to A in my brain, but I think I'll leave it at B. That game's, like, half of that game is tutorial, which, the first time you're playing it, that's fine, but man, replaying that game is a slog. Anatomy, again, fantastic horror experience, not a very great video game, same goes for Mouthwashing. Secret of the Mimic's good, but it's kind of just good and not anything beyond that. Kingdom Hearts 1, the first half makes me cry, the second half is fantastic. Mega Man 2, fantastic. I don't think it deserves to be the most popular classic Mega Man game. That's an unpopular opinion that I have. Like, Mega Man 2 is good, but I genuinely think some of the bosses are a little lame in Mega Man 2. Like, Quick Man's stage is awesome. Quick Man as a boss kind of blows. I don't like Quick Man. But, it's still Mega Man 2. It's still fantastic classic Mega Man. It's just, for a little fun fact, I actually kind of prefer the later entries of classic Mega Man than the earlier ones. Sonic Game Gear, just better Sonic 1. Mega Man 4, little bit too long, but not nearly as bad about being long as 5, and that's around the time that Mega Man kind of hit its stride for me. Like, it fully is like, yeah, we figured out what we're doing, and we're just going to start, like, expanding on that, because that, I believe 4 is the first game to have the charge shot. I believe. Poppy Playtime 3, I would put Poppy Chapter 3 on the same tier as Secret of the Mimic. Both are just kind of pretty good horror games, but they're not much more than that. Ben 10 Protector of Earth, fantastic tie-in game. It's probably one of the best tie-in games ever made. It's very fun, good combat elements. Almost tempted to bump it up, but I still think it deserves where it is, because I gotta admit, I don't like some of the areas in that game. Like, design-wise, I think some of those areas could have been designed a bit better. Spyro 1, it's good, but I don't know, it doesn't really vibe with me. It's one of the few games that I can say that for. Digimon Rumble Arena 2, it's a fun Smash clone, but it's a little jank. It's a little janky. BioShock, I feel bad having BioShock that low, but it really does kind of feel like a tech demo. Like, the powers in BioShock really kind of feel like it's a sandbox game that got turned into a narrative-based game, like, halfway through development. And I know that's not true, but that's really how it feels. Sonic 1, just not the best classic Sonic in terms of level design. Castlevania, I feel similarly about to Sonic 1, where it's just, it's fine, but they definitely had places to improve, and you can feel it even while playing, but they're both fine. Gravity Rush, I mean, listen, I hate first game syndrome. If this tier list teaches you anything, I hate first game syndrome. I hate playing a game and actively feeling while playing it the moments where they could have expanded on certain aspects of the game. I despise it. And this tier list just goes to prove that that is my biggest flaw as a video game player, is that the second I feel that, a game goes down like 2 tiers for me. Because the fact that Sonic 1 is at C, Castlevania 1 is at C, Gravity Rush 1 is at C, arguably one of the first LEGO games, C, Final Fantasy 1, D, Mega Man 1, D, Knack 1, D. Like, I hate first game syndrome. Game Gear Sonic 2, it's good, but it's not fantastic. Poppy Chapter 5, I could bump that down, actually. I think that's a D tier. One of the first TT LEGO games. Yeah, sorry, one of the first Traveler's Tales ones, yes. Again, I was talking about it earlier, it's very weird how the first... I know there were LEGO games before Star Wars, because I believe Indiana Jones even dropped before Star Wars, if you want to know the truth, but I was just saying one of... That's why I specified one of. But it's weird that you can feel the difference in quality between the original trilogy, because they're from that game, and then the prequel trilogy, because they're from a later game where they had a bit more of the level design figured out. It's weird how you can feel that while you're playing this game, but anyways, Sonic Drift 2... Does it deserve C? I think it's D. It's not much better than Sonic Drift 1. So I want to put them next to each other. Star Wars was the first one, was it? It might have been, but even then, this is still the original saga, not the original trilogy game. Because there is a difference. It was? Damn. But this is the compilation one, so even then, it's still later. Because this is complete saga. Repo at C. I'm ranking that mostly by single-player experience, but I still think it's C. 3D Blast, C. Yeah, it has redeeming qualities. Wilds. I don't want to talk about Wilds anymore. I can't wait till I get to next season and I get to play a different Monster Hunter game. When I get to next season and I get to play a different Monster Hunter and I get to talk about a different Monster Hunter game, woo-wee, I can't wait. Oh my gosh. Came out after the first two, but before. Oh, damn, I didn't know that. Okay. Finding Frankie at D. Again, if Finding Frankie was a bit more fleshed out, I could like it a lot. The concept of a horror platformer is just very enticing for me. I think that could be very fun. Final Fantasy 1, a little bit too unengaging for me in terms of combat, exploration, and story. Everything's kind of unengaging, but considering when it came out, it's fine. The thing is, with Final Fantasy 1, though, Final Fantasy 2, 3, and 4 all came out on the same console, proving they could advance that system, and Dragon Quest was on, like, Dragon Quest 5 at that point, and Dragon Quest 5 was pushed to those limits. So it's like, I can't say Final Fantasy was held back at the time, because even compared to Dragon Quest, another JRPG, it was, like, a little behind the times. But, anyways. Mega Man 1 could definitely, again, I wish the bosses were a bit better. Fireman especially always pisses me off, because he spams. His AI breaks every time it gets hit, and it, like, becomes obnoxious to fight him. Knack, a lot of interesting elements, but half of the game is just missed potential. I might still bump it up to C, though. I like Knack a lot, guys. Like, I have to rep this game because no one else on this internet is. It's just a decent 3D platformer. It's fun. Or action platformer, my bad. Chain of Memories, great story, held back by gameplay that makes me want to rip my own eyeball out. Chaotix, just kind of a miss gameplay-wise, but very pretty, great music, good time, especially with a friend. Tails Adventure missed potential because it definitely could excel as a Metroidvania if they would have leaned into the Metroidvania aspects more and had less gimmicks throughout. Poppy Chapter 2, I don't know why it's this high. I love that half of me going back through this entire tier list was knocking Poppy chapters down. Like, I can't believe me sitting there ranting and being mad. I was still too kind. Sonic Drift 1 and 2, decent racing games for the time, that's for sure. I think both could be expanded on a bit more, though, especially in terms of tracks. Tracks in Sonic Drift are very basic. Mean Bean Machine, reskin Puyo Puyo, just go play Puyo Puyo. Spinball, interesting idea, not great execution. I bumped up Drift 1. I didn't bump up Drift 1, I bumped down Drift 2. Because I realized there's not enough substantial differences between Drift 1 and Drift 2 for Drift 2 to be on a whole new tier. Drift 2's okay. Like, it adds more characters, which is nice. It adds items, which is nice. But the courses are still really bland in both the Sonic Drift games. Like, the courses are so bland that you don't really feel the need to, like, do anything with the items or extra character stuff. Like, none of that really feels impactful when the courses are essentially a straight line. Which... Mario Kart World slander by accident? Let's go. Anyways, no. Both are okay racers for the time, that's for sure, but neither stand out super bad, especially because, like, they're comparable to Super Mario Kart, but I think by the time they came out, we were one above Super Mario Kart. I could be wrong about that. You can correct me on that. But... yeah. Poppy Chapter 5, the breaking point for a lot of people. Stop fucking milking this game already. It stopped being interesting in Chapter 4. Sonic Rumble, this is bad microtransaction game. Missed potential, if anything. Sonic Chaos, trying to appeal to graphics more so than doing anything interesting with gameplay, and therefore completely ruining the entire game's performance. Sonic Triple Trouble, restricted by its hardware incredibly badly. You know what? Triple Trouble can be in D. I think Triple Trouble deserves D. Like, the thing is, for the rest of these, I say the word bad. I can't say that about Triple Trouble. It's just really held back by being a Game Gear game. It deserved way better than it got. Little Big Planet, specifically the story mode, kind of just a showcase of how to use things, but the developers didn't really know how to make a proper video game level when they made that showcase. I gotta be real with you. Holy shit, they make you do some annoying-ass things. Bendy Link Machine, walking simulator, really bad walking simulator. Tails Sky Patrol, flying simulator, really bad side-scroller simulator. Poppy Chapter 1. Fuck Poppy Chapter 1. Poppy Playtime 2. Nope. Poppy 4. Worst one somehow. Sonic Blast. Again, sacrificing graphics for anything interesting. And Sonic Labyrinth. Boring. Sonic Drift is 94, Drift 2 is from 95, and Super Mario Kart is 92. What about the Mario Kart that dropped after Super? Because they're comparable to Super Mario Kart, but they're definitely not comparable to some of the later ones. That's, like, even... What would be the next? That's the thing is, I don't know what the next Mario Kart game was after Super Mario Kart. Second Mario Kart 64 is from 96. Yeah, and I think 64 is better. But I guess the handheldness of it, I still think it deserves here, though. I still think it deserves D tier. Like, there could be an argument to drag it up one because it was a handheld racer, but if we open our horizons past, like, character racers, and I actually acknowledge the fact that, like, fucking racing games exist, then there were probably other, like Gran Turismo, maybe? December 96? Yeah, okay. But still, there were probably better racers already. I think I'm pretty happy with this now. It's very divided. I wish I could make it so that it looked a little bit like Sonic Superstars being here kind of makes this tier look worse, but it's fine. I think they're accurate, and that's more so what I care about than presentation. Better racers, definitely. Are you gonna say better handheld racers now? Because if so, I will bump it up a tier for that. Because that's a fair point. Definitely not. Alright, you know what? Fair enough. I'll bump Drift 2 up a tier. I think I'm pretty happy with all of this. There are a few that feel bad, but even if I think further on them, even if they feel bad, I still think they're accurate to how I feel. Like, Monster Hunter Wilds being this low does feel a little bad, but genuinely, every time I talk about that game, all I can talk about are its flaws. Like, is the game pretty? Yeah, but that comes at the cost of performance. Like, much as the Game Gear looks rough by today's standards, but the Game Boy was even more rough. It was, that's true. Plus, didn't the Game Gear have a backlit? The Game Gear had full-colored backlit screen. That already puts it above the Game Boy Color, and the Game Boy Advanced, by the way. Like, people forget how rough Game Boy games looked because they would not make a backlit screen. Game Gear had colors when the Game Boy had green monochrome. Yep, and then even when the Game Boy Color came around, it didn't compete with the backlit too. Funny enough, did you know the fact that there was a backlit Game Boy Color that only released in Japan? They didn't bring it over to America because they were too close to releasing the Game Boy Advance, and they thought that it would be redundant to release the backlit Game Boy before the Game Boy Advance. And then when the Game Boy Advance came out, people still complained about the fact that it didn't have a backlit screen, so then they made the Game Boy Advance SP so that they could finally give the console a backlit screen. Game Gear ate through batteries like a motherfucker. That is because of the backlit screen, by the way. I know I'm praising it, but that is the reason it ate through batteries. Is because the backlit screen, as nice as it is, and as much as I'm complaining, that thing ruined batteries. That's why Nintendo didn't fully invest in making a handheld with a backlit screen until the Advanced SP, where they could get away with, like, charging cables. That's why it took so long, why they waited so long, is because no matter what, as long as the screen was backlit, it was going to eat batteries like a motherfucker. It takes a lot to power stuff like that. And yeah, the Game Boy definitely took less batteries, because if I remember correctly, the Game Gear took like 6 to 8 batteries. Batteries in Game Gear. Let's see, shall we? 6 double A's. Holy shit. Plus, it was bigger. Like, people did have a complaint about it being bigger. This was the era where everyone was like, oh, we want things to be smaller, which is hilarious to think about in modern days. But, like, we also got, like, what was it, the Game Boy Micro? People forget this existed as well. Yeah. the Game Boy Micro. Look at this fucking thing. Could you imagine playing a Game Boy game on the Game Boy Micro? Yo, wait, it plays Doom? Look at that. This looks so uncomfortable to hold. People complain about Joy-Cons being too small. Like, yes, Metroid Fusion on my Game Boy Micro. Thank heavens. What's the... Okay, sorry. ADHD moment. I apologize. But no, I think I'm pretty satisfied with this list. It's been... I guess now is the time that I have to review, like, streaming this year. It's been ups and downs, if I can be perfectly honest. We've definitely had... I've had good weeks, good days, good streams, but there have been bad as well. Like, I would say everything towards the end of this season has been phenomenal. I've enjoyed almost all of it. But I definitely had moments of streams that I didn't particularly like. Like, man, Poppy was rough for me. Like, I know that the bit now is that I hate Poppy Playtime, and I know I even say the title and people tune out, but like, fuck, man, I should not have engaged with that. I should have left Sleeping Dogs Lie. Like, I've waned away from mascot horror so much, but I was like, you know, maybe I'm being too cynical. Maybe I'm letting, you know, maybe I'm being too much of a condescending asshole about it. And then I played them, and then I realized, no, I wasn't. But then we had stuff like Okami, which, again, while I wasn't fantastic at Okami, fantastic game, had a great time with it. Kingdom Hearts Days, great time. Dot Hack, I loved streaming every Dot Hack game. Super Castlevania 4, I had a great time with. Oh, Silent Hill. Ignore that. Bendy and the Ink Machine may not have been good, but it was a great time to hang out with a friend. Kid Icarus. Holy fuck, I'm so glad I played Kid Icarus this year. This game has been in my backlog forever. I'm so glad I finally committed to stream it. Chain of Memories may have broken me down as a human being, but you know what? It was pretty good. It was a fun experience, at least. Little Big Planet. I got gravely ill while doing this stream, and the funniest part of this stream is the fact that immediately after it was over, I had to go to the hospital. Like, oh, hi, Dose. Don't worry about that either. There were so many good streams, as many as there were bad streams. It's been a pretty fun, like, what, close to a year of streaming since I started Gluttony as a channel. I definitely think there could have been better moments, and I definitely think there are moments where I failed as a streamer, but that's why I want to refresh and make things better going forward. I know, I see where my faults are, and I want to make them better because I want to make the best content that I can. I want to have streams that are fun for everybody and are fun to even look back at. And also, I want to make some fucking videos. Holy shit. If I could even just once convince myself to actually make a fucking video, that'd be great, man. How many of those have I canceled at this point? It's... anyways. This is the finished list in all of its glory. Is there any complaints that people need to lodge against me? Am I gonna get yelled at for anything? Any decisions here? Wild's defenders in shambles. I stand by what I said. I stand by everything I said about Wilds. Wilds has redeeming qualities, but it's so hard to enjoy the game when half of the time I'm thinking about all the things it's either not doing very well or not doing at all. But alright. I have talked for 4 straight hours. I'm gonna go play my silly horse game, and I'll see you all again next time to play what is arguably one of my favorite games to ever exist. You all have a good... Take a screenshot, pin it on my wall. You're right, I should. You know what you can do? You can download the complete tier list. Here. Let's pin it on the wall right now. We'll pin it on the wall of the Just Chatting stream. Let's do this. Here it is in all its glory. You see this little spot right here? We shrink it down and fit it right there. There it is. Perfect. But yeah, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your night. Take care, and I'll see you next time. Bye!